Alrighty, we should be live any second now. I made some adjustments to the live stream settings. And yeah, we're good to go here. Just gonna get the chat up on our screen. I don't intend on this to be an extensive or lengthy stream. But I just figured, like, I was making a video about what I was working on, but I know I was never gonna upload the video, you know. It's just one of those things that, like, you know, a stream of consciousness, so to speak. It's just kind of better to do it live, I guess, because then I don't have to worry about editing and all of that crap. Hey, what up, Lorenzo Sleestack? Good to see you, man. Don't tell the guy who wants to be a mod, but I'm going to make you a mod so that you can post links in here. There's this guy, he's nice. He seems like a nice kid, but I don't trust the kid because he keeps asking to be a mod, and it's like nothing personal. I tell the kid every time, like, dude, the more you tell me you're a good person, the more my spidey sense goes off. I can't help it. Like, I'm a New Yorker, bro, you know? And I feel bad for not making the kid a mod because I'm sure he'd be nice, but I'm also worried about him, like, banning, you know, people or creating wars. Anyway, so I digress. So, but you know, you made me a mod on your channel, so I make you a mod on my channel. Did I just do that? I think I just did it. Yeah. So there we go. So anyway, here's what I'm working on. So, backyard astronomy computer is up and running now. I took 2 of the case fans out of the computer because I don't think they were really providing that much cooling anyway, and they were making a lot of vibration noises. You know, it's just like when you have a dusty computer fan, it's like going. So what I did was you know, I kind of just like took the fans out. Probably will put new ones in there because apparently this AMD 8-core CPU gets pretty toasty. And then the other issue I ran into was, so when I was testing it out indoors, setting up the computer, it was getting pretty toasty, but it wasn't really catastrophic. But when I put it outside, it was still kind of toasty. And I mean, I do kind of cover the computer in case it starts drizzling outside. I don't want it to, like, you know, I don't want water getting inside a computer case because that would be annoying. But anyway, I'm going to double check the CPU speed because I vaguely remember Windows 8 because this computer usually, the computer we're logged into remotely right now had Windows 8.1. It was sort of misreporting the CPU speed ever since I got it. So I don't know if it's giving me an accurate clock speed. And so anyway, we're going to install this application, which might give us a slightly more accurate readout. But when I lost connectivity to this computer a little while ago, and when I went to, like, you know, reconnect, it wasn't connecting. So then I checked it outside. It looked like the machine turned itself off, which, okay, maybe it was overheating. And so I decided this time I would go and address that, because this is one of these weird MSI motherboards where it offers to automatically overclock the CPU. And I think it's actually already overclocked, which pisses me off because I had no desire to overclock this freaking thing, you know? Like, no desire to overclock, you know, a mission critical CPU. Although, I mean, the numbers don't seem to be jumping out at me right now, but the temperatures I'm getting on that computer case right now are such that I'm kind of, like, concerned that it feels like it's kind of overheating or getting really hot when it's outside. And granted, a Mylar space blanket does trap in a lot of heat. But it's like something about this setup I just don't trust. And I can't tell if it's overclocked, to be honest, but I tried to disable the MSI overclocking feature. They call it the OC Genie. I was hoping I'd get a temperature readout somewhere here. Here's the graphics card. It's got 2 gigs. The graphics card's good. That part's fine. Memory is slightly mismatched. Apparently I have like one like off-brand memory module in there that's capable of running at 800 megahertz, but everything seems to be cooperating fine, so I'm not really worried about the, you know, memory and all of that. As long as I have my, you know, 16 gigs. I think what happened was I had one memory chip go bad like a few years ago, and I just kind of like took one from recycling and it worked, and I was like, all right, it works, let's keep going, life goes on. Because I'll do janky stuff like that to my computers if, like, nothing bad happens. I might have to download the app that monitors the temperature. I thought I installed the ATI Here we are, Catalyst Control Center. Now, I don't think this actually shows me the CPU information. They have different versions of this app that will. Okay, we do not want to use AMD Overdrive. No, we do not want to do that. That'll just overclock the graphics card. No, thank you. Maybe we can download an app to look at the CPU temperature. Core Temp. Oh yeah, that's actually a perfectly reputable application. Here we go. So we're going to download Core Temp, and we're going to see what it tells us. And it keeps saying, oh, is this you want to download this unverified file? I'm like, yeah, keep it coming. But we got the astronomy stuff set up. It's just that I'm worried about cooking the computers, so I really want to get on top of that first. And actually what I should do is, while this is downloading, I should go and download the other thing. Let me see here. I need to download drivers. Well, not drivers. I'll show you what you're going to do. I got to keep clicking next. All right, good. Okay, good. Launch Core Temp. All right, so I have an MSI 990 FXA GD80 motherboard, and we're going to download the drivers for it. And I'm 80% sure of this link here will take me to the support and downloads section where I can click on downloads. Now, I think it's actually going to be under the category of utility. So we got live update, supercharger. Here we are, click BIOS and control center. So this is one thing about this older motherboard that was kind of cool. Although I can almost swear I had some problem with these applications after a certain update when I was running them on Windows 8. But what these apps do is they let you get into the BIOS settings without going through all of the trouble of rebooting the computer and being in front. Like literally, you could open up these apps while in Windows. I mean, you can open up the BIOS settings while in Windows, which is actually really, really handy and dandy. So we can double check some settings and maybe, but like one thing that pissed me off was I Googled like, how do I turn off the overclocking feature? And the answer on one of these forums was like, oh, reset your BIOS settings. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, I mean, yeah, I could do that, but actually it was when I reset my BIOS settings that the overclocking feature turned itself on. So I'm like, not particularly confident that that's the answer. Now, one issue is this app would sometimes like just sit there perpetually and never open. So there's a chance that that will happen. But there was a audible solution, and it involved installing this app called Control Center. And Control Center is really just for controlling the fans. But it has a button that flips it in and out of the different modes in order to do what it needs to do. So we're going to see if this application ever loads, but if it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. And in the meantime, we're going to double check Core Temp and see if it gives us any useful metrics here. So right here, 90 degrees Celsius is actually pretty hot. Unfortunately, I don't think in Celsius, so I have to Google the difference or see if there's a setting that puts it in Fahrenheit. There we go, it does. Good. Jesus, well, it's like borderline hot. It's like, okay, actually it's not terrible, but it is a little concerning. What it's saying is that, I forget what TJ max means, but I think it means that the maximum temperature it's going to allow is 194. And right now we're running at 139 Fahrenheit, which is not terrible. And I think the max detected temperature is 146. But I don't want it approaching that 194. So what I did was I sort of opened up the Mylar blanket a little bit more. And I'm hoping that like the actual outdoor cold air makes its way inside the computer case. But it was very weird. Like it was retaining a lot more heat than I would like it to retain. It was quite bizarre. Oh, good, we're in the app. So this is the basically, if you were to press like F11 when turning on the computer, you get this menu here. But there's an actual app that runs in Windows that literally does the same thing, which is really cool because for a while I couldn't get this app for Windows 8. And so now that I have Windows 10 on this machine, I could do it. I bought a $10 product key because Microsoft was like, F you, Ron. You can't use your Windows 8 product key anymore. And I was like, well, F you, Microsoft. I'm not paying $140 for Windows 10. I'm not doing it. Like, get the fuck out of here, you know? And it's like, I sound like I'm ranting a lot, by the way. I apologize. And good evening, Lemon Pie. Good to see you. So basically, if you don't activate Windows, it still works. So it's not like Microsoft is going to give you a terribly hard time if you don't activate Windows. But there's these settings here become unavailable to you if you don't activate Windows. And what that means is now I'm going to have the big taskbar. So if you notice the bar at the bottom getting bigger, that's the default setting. And then the second option is where it says always hide labels. So I'd have to deal with this. And I don't like this. I don't like the buttons. Look, most people use it like this. I don't like this. So I click on a button here that says, you know, to basically show me the big buttons like that. But then to make the taskbar half height so that I have more screen real estate. And these are options you don't get unless you activate Windows. So because it was like no longer accepting my Windows 8 or 8.1 product key, and I have both a Windows 8 and an 8.1 product key, in addition to a Windows 8.1 Media Center activation. I'm kind of glad they didn't let me upgrade, because my worry was that I would activate the upgraded activation or whatever. I would, you know, use my old product key to activate, and it would maybe invalidate my Windows 8, which I don't want, because I backed up that Windows 8 installation in a very particular manner so that I can continue to use it at a future date, because Windows Media Center Edition still has access to copy protection, copy protected TV tuner content, and so that can have some uses in the not too distant future for my purposes. But anyway, so we got that sorted out, but there's this thing. Okay, so look, you get the overclock menu, and I'm honestly not sure, like, if it's on right now. I don't want it overclocking it. Okay, like, I don't want it overclocking. I'm definitely afraid. Whoops. Oh god, please don't save the setting. See, I just clicked default settings and apparently made all of the settings in the BIOS default. So now I gotta wait for that little blue spinner to go away. And we're gonna come back to it. I'm gonna tell it, discard these settings. Do not save these effing settings. And while that's happening, we're gonna just kind of test out the astronomical equipment here. What is this? Oh yeah, they do this. Sometimes you download an app and it gives you some additional junk. So we're gonna delete that website shortcut. This one we can keep for now. That's not anything. That's just something else. No, we do not want to restart the computer. As a matter of fact, I did not want you saving these settings, you asshole. I'm talking to the computer, not you guys. That is fucking annoying. Pardon my French. That is quite annoying. Like, I don't even see a setting to, like, that is bullshit. That is absolutely bull crap, man. Ugh. Nah, they don't really make a fuss when you install new components, as far as I'm aware. What they will do, though, is, like, if you don't have a Windows 8 that's activated and you go to do something with it one day, see, like right here, okay, so it just changed my IDE mode. I don't want that. I want it in AHCI mode, so, like, that is a terrible default setting. I don't want the onboard eSATA controller, so let's disable that. So now I gotta, like, manually go put my settings back in. And then I'm going to export the settings, basically. That's how we're going to do this. But we're going to just validate some of the settings. See, I had this disabled. Because I didn't want it to spin. I do not want it spawning extra COM ports. Okay, it looks like that feature is still disabled. But I'm super worried that it's going to do some dumb crap that I don't want it to do. That's like where I'm at right now. So, I mean, there's not really anything I can do right now. I might crank the fan up to, like, I don't know, high RPM maybe. It'll be a little noisy. But right now it says CPU temperature, let's see, 67,152. So what happens if I say 100% CPU, let's see, fan speed? Will these temperatures go down? Yeah, no, I'm just going to put on automatic. All right. But yeah, I'm like mostly happy with the way it's working. A little pissed off that me clicking default settings just reset a bunch of settings and might cause problems on my next reboot. AMD cool and quiet technology is fine. Double checking some settings, seeing if anything jumps out at me here. It looks like it should be pretty conservative right now, but like I said, there's some settings that are missing that I don't want it messing with. Let's export these settings, and what's today's date? 11/9/2023, let's say. Okay, so hopefully, like, it doesn't, like, cause some pain in the ass issue later, but as long as it's booting up off my SSD, I'd say that's like pretty much mostly fine. Definitely did not intend to change the settings that I changed in here just now. My biggest concern was just to make sure that this thing was disabled. I think it's disabled. Oh, here we go. See this button? It says OC Genie button. So when you open up the computer case, there's literally a button on the motherboard. So this motherboard has like a power button directly on the motherboard, an overclocking button, and some other button, a reset button, which is nice if you're troubleshooting and let's say like you didn't hook up the front panel connections on your computer case yet. It could be nice to be able to like hit that reset button, right? Hey, what up, Slim Nim? The lizard people know all about the stars. So anyway, I'm going to tell it to disable the OC Genie button because I really don't want that. And I'm hoping automatic means that it's not going to make decisions that involve overclocking my crap. I really don't want that at all. But other than that, the Control Center app is good because it'll let you control the fan. So I may install that. But for now, let's just get out of this app. Make sure it doesn't force me to restart the computer right now. And we're going to go ahead and let's see. I think we have core temperature. No, we don't have it running. We're going to see if we can run that in the background because I feel like that would be just a nice to have. There we go. It's going to show me my temperature in Fahrenheit in the bottom right corner. So, I think it's trying to show all of my logical CPU cores. I really just want like a cumulative temperature, but you can't see it, but right behind me, it's got the temperatures there. Strongly recommend you restart. No, because I strongly recommend you don't impose your crappy settings on me. I'm talking to the app. All right, so let's get the telescope mount control application loaded again. Okay, so we're going to connect to the mount. It's already tracking. It was tracking a target before the computer completely, overheated and turned itself off. And while that's opening, we can open up SharpCap. And actually, I was just about to calibrate the auto guiding. That was like the crown jewel of this whole night, was to get the auto guiding working. Because we're not getting beautiful images tonight. We are not taking beautiful images. I'm pretty sure the sky is all kinds of hazy. I'm just lucky that it's clear enough to see stars, but there is some interference in the sky. So, we're just going to roll with it. But I got to say, performance is on the up and up. Performance is one thing I'm not having an issue with. Assuming I can, prevent it from, cooking itself, which wasn't an issue in the past. But granted, I had more fans installed in this computer case in the past. So that could be why. But you can see we're pointing at a star called Capella. Or at least we should be aiming at Capella. Let's see here. We're going to recenter the mount on, Capella. And then we're going to go in here. It's going to say, oh, blah, 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 son of a cunt. Pardon my French. All right, you know why it's doing that? It's very frustrating. So basically what it's saying is that the motorized focuser is not connecting. And this is one weird thing I noticed was, when I switched from my laptop to these desktop computers, my motorized focuser is rather uncooperative every time I reboot the computer. And I have two theories. One theory is that it doesn't need auxiliary power anymore, that the USB hub has so much electricity going through it that having an external power connection on it might be causing some confusion on the peripheral. That's a bit of a nuisance right there. It is, because it means potentially getting up and having to unplug and plug something back in. What some people do is they'll just kind of what they'll do is they'll go outside and they'll not go outside. They'll actually have an app that can reboot the USB hub, or a method of basically toggling power on and off from the USB hub, remotely. For me to do the equivalent right now, I would have to park the mount, because you can't cut power to the mount. Oh, and I can't remotely cut power anyway, because as you guys know, if I cut power... Well, let's see here. What can I do here? I'm not connected to a StreamYard. That kind of sucks. I'm not connected to StreamYard. I'm going to put an old video on until I come back inside. Or... I'm going to have to step away for a moment. Unfortunately, maybe tomorrow night, if anybody in the chat, you know, deliberate amongst yourselves or whatever, or just leave me a message in the chat. If anybody wants to join tomorrow's late night show, please leave a message in the chat. Or, you know, if there's a time that somebody wants to join in like a group thing, let me know and see what I can accommodate. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to connect to this computer remotely. So we're going to test it out right now. So I have a remote access on my phone, and we're already connected to the backyard. Oh yeah, I remember I have to fix something. So actually, I'm glad I'm here. So if you ever use Splashtop, which is the remote access application I'm using right now, one of its features is that when you reset your password, sometimes things get a little weird. So I'm gonna make sure I reassert the password because there we go. So it just saved my updated code. So now I should be able to connect to this. Let's see here. Okay. So hopefully you guys can see my screen and hear me right now. I lost the button on the taskbar. Okay, good. So we got the telescope parked, and all I got to do is actually yank the power from the motorized focuser, and then I'm going to reconnect to it from here. So we're going to see how that works out. And I should be able to see the chat if I go to my third monitor. Okay, very good. I'll be right back. Oh, you're hosting your weekly stream tomorrow. All right, so in that case, I'll pop into your stream instead. So instead of me holding a live stream, I mean, I might hold a live stream towards the tail end, but I'll put priority on joining your stream, and then if I start my own stream, I'm not going to drag your customers to mine, Lorenzo, but I may drop out and covertly start my own stream or something like that. But that's only if I'm like playing a video game or something like that, because I don't want to dominate your stream with me playing a video game, you know? I'll be right back. Or we could do a simul stream. Alrighty, we got it. But, I mean, it's not a permanent solution because, as you know, the thing will just do whatever it wants every time I reboot. So I'm gonna need a better solution. I might even spend like money on the USB hub that lets me control individual ports remotely. I don't think it's worth the amount of money they charge. So you bet your buttocks I'll try everything else. Already we have a problem, but it's not a huge problem. It's more like an inconvenience. Let's see if it works itself out. No, it did not work itself out. See, it's doing this infinite countdown when it's trying to take a picture. And usually it just means I have to disconnect and reconnect to the camera. But the motorized focuser is no longer affected. Yeah, basically, if I was going to go off topic, Lorenzo, that's when I would do something on my own stream. Or I would do that thing I did last time where I muted myself on your stream and just, you know, started talking on mine. But that's if I know I have like a set topic that is a bit off the rails and I don't want to dominate the show, or I want to give other people an opportunity to do what they do, because you definitely give a lot of people opportunity to do their thing, and that they should. Okay, so now I'm going to reconnect to the camera. Yeah, the camera's being an asshole again. F you, camera. Yeah, camera's being a total asshole. It's like that Mike Lindell video. This lawyer is an asshole. This lawyer is an ambulance chasing lawyer. Okay, that's off topic. But that was a fun video to watch. Depending on your political leanings, some people would characterize that as Mike Lindell having a meltdown. I would characterize that as absolutely hilarious. Because, I mean, like, that lawyer was being an asshole. Fucking being unprofessional, talking about lumpy pillows. But that's not important here. We're not here to talk about that. Because I think my YouTube statistics went down this month. And I had, like, the most views in early October. And it's basically because of my Neon Genesis Evangelion video, where it's like a 7-second video where Ibuki from Evangelion is saying, "Senpai, senpai, senpai," and like apparently people think this video is funny to watch. Like if you literally type in senpai end of Evangelion into YouTube search, you'll see my video come up. And it's like a video I uploaded way before I got seriously into YouTube. You know, it's like 2016 I uploaded this video. And it sometimes gets like 1,000 views in a week. Sometimes this one video is responsible for getting 100 likes in a given week. Like, I take screenshots of the YouTube weekly review, and that's what comes up, you know? Hey, what up, Lady Miss? Good to see you. So anyway, let's see here. We're going to try to fight with this. I mean, it's running much more smoothly. It's running faster. It's running nice. But obviously, you can see there's 1 or 2 minor hitches here. So when we open up the application, let's see how far we can get. Yeah, I disappeared. Alrighty, let's see. So we're going to do connect to the camera. You know, and I kind of wanted to play like some Super Mario tonight. I was hoping that the telescope would do something like I'd get it on, you know, doing something, and then I could play a little Mario. Yeah, do check out Slim Nim channel. He played this cool game where he's a bucket. Well, he's not the bucket. He controls the bucket, I guess. But it was a very, very fascinating concept. So yeah, this camera's being an asshole, and I don't want to get up and go outside. So what I do is I have a little trick. I switch it into a different mode, and then usually it'll cooperate after I do that, and then I switch it back and the application crashes, but then after that it usually works like half the time. It's like not a perfectly scientific thing, unfortunately. See, it crashes, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. if it behaves after it crashes. See, I was hoping this would be all shaken out by the time we were starting this stream. That was my intent. Then I could give some love to my Gundam, which my Gundam is basically done. Like, I can put this together as one Gundam right now, but I have it separated because I want to do some like touch-up work and clean-up work on it. But it's in pretty good shape. I even like did some panel line art on the arms, which yeah, it's coming along. What the hell is that? What the hell, did the plastic melt? Might have to sand it down or something. Something doesn't look right on the plastic over here. Oh, what the hell happened here? There's a little bit more battle damage than I meant it to be. Yeah, so basically, see the panel line? So we used like a black ink and it basically like goes through like a capillary action. But over here, I got like some scuffs. I don't know where the hell these came from. A little scuffed up right now. Yeah, see, I don't know what the hell that's about. I don't know if that was always there, but that doesn't look exactly kosher. Now the shield looks pretty nicely painted, but there's some issues like down here. But I'm not going to strip the paint this time. So normally what I'll do is I'll strip the paint off the shield and start over. This time I'm going to just like rub it out. I'm going to just buff it and rub it. I'm not going to drive myself insane. If anything, I'm going to go for like a slightly battle damage look. It is a better color than the stock color. So this would be like the original color red. So it is a little better than the red that you have here. But it's also like, I find that when you use the Gundam marker to put on a thick coat, if a piece of dust falls on it or it coagulates a little bit, you run into some weird issues that I find a bit frustrating. There we go, good. We got Slim Dim channel in the link right there in the chat. We had snow here in northern Michigan the other day, you lucky bastard. Do you have to worry about your laptop? Well, or telescope, no, because I've had that thing covered in snow. I have a special cover, so as long as I cover it before it snows, I'm good to go. The laptop was good for a while until it took water last week, but I should have taken some precautions with the first sign of leakage. That was kind of my fault. But see, what happened was when I first got into astronomy, there was this thing where you get like a rectangular tub. Like imagine a box. But instead of having to, let's say this was a rectangle. I know this isn't a rectangle, but use your imagination. So this is a rectangle, right? And you have a lid that comes on and off. What I would do is I would take the rectangular tub and point it at me like this. And I'd open it up like that. And you put the laptop in the rectangular tub like this. So the idea is that if you're sitting outside, you have a tub laying on its side. You remove the lid on the front. And now you got your laptop in there. And the idea is that one, it's to help block stray light. It's there to help you preserve your night vision. It's there to keep the laptop sort of like protected from like the wind or whatever. And it worked. But the problem with that was I've long since stopped sitting outside. Like, when I started this hobby, I'd literally have a laptop and a telescope next to each other. I'd be operating it directly. And within, short order, I had it set up in such a way that I could log into it remotely. And then eventually I added a motorized focuser and little details like that, right? And so at a certain point, I now have it in this like plastic tote where it's designed for me to be able to sit in front of it, except I'm leaving this thing unattended for like weeks on end. And it took on some water. And so basically I have to revise how I'm doing it. So right now we have a desktop computer in a plastic tub, and it's not quite as well protected as I'd like it to be. And if I put the Mylar blanket on it, it is waterproof, but the problem is that the Mylar blanket is so good at trapping in heat, despite being paper thin, that it does cause some overheating. And so actually I had that happen, or I had that almost happen, like it had happened to me twice already. And the other night it was sort of like a spring evening, so that's why it happened then. But tonight I had this thing like, I had this thing, like semi-covered, it's still overheated. So I opened up the air a little bit. If it started raining, I'd have to run outside. But it should be able to take a drizzle right now. it wouldn't take a long one. So it's not like that. Unfortunately, it's a double-sided Mylar blanket. But I'll work on something. I have a couple ideas. Realistically, I should probably shrink the computer down and put it in a smaller case or something like that. I do like the performance profile, but I gotta do something about the USB. So I had a couple of ideas. One idea is like, don't use the USB hub. No, wait, that's a bad idea because we need a hub. So we need a USB hub on the telescope itself. Everything looks more real after the black wash. Or hell, lizard people. Yeah, so it's a bit of a catch-22 right now, but mostly it was good for like, I had it like for like about over 2 years inside a plastic tub, like the way I described. And once in a while, a little water would get in there maybe, and I'd be like, okay, the keyboard's fucked up, and I'd be like, big deal, who cares about the keyboard? But this time it took more water, and my mistake was trying to turn it on without checking if it took on some water. Okay, now everything's working, apparently working right now. Hopefully it cooperates. So, yeah, that was a little stubborn right there. It doesn't really matter now, though, because it looks like we had some clouds roll in. See? And if we, like, zoom out, go into short exposure mode. See, you can see the clouds right there. So, maybe I could point at a different patch of sky. Let's see, let's move the telescope. Whoops, I gotta, oh yeah, I know what I gotta do. We gotta unpark it. Yeah, it's sort of like having a parking brake. Okay, so now we're moving the telescope. Hopefully it's actually gonna aim. There we go, you see the thing moving. All right. Oh, good. Okay. We pointed at a quadrant of sky where we could see some stars this time. So, let's get to the auto guiding software and do what we intended to do this whole time. I actually want to do two things. I want to test out the plate solving utility. Let's pray that this thing doesn't do any bull crap right now. Let's see here. Okay. 5 seconds. Okay, good. It didn't do any bull crap that time. Good. Okay, well, we got some clouds back. I mean, whatever. They might come and go, but yeah, it looks like it's just I think we're just gonna I'm just gonna have to like let it be. In the meantime, let's check this program out. Let's see if so every time I had these settings dialed in, so I have to turn on the graph, I gotta turn on the star profile again. And if this application crashes again, I'll have to do that again. So we're gonna close the app and reopen it, hoping that it'll remember the settings I just gave it, because I'm tired of clicking on those buttons. So yeah, let's reopen it. But basically, I think I gotta put more case fans in that computer. Although I thought the overheating would be good, like if it was cold outside. Like, you know, two things would counteract each other, maybe. See, I'm seeing stars, so I don't know what the hell I was just looking at. Maybe if we just have faint clouds. Let's see what we could do here. So, these clouds are probably gonna... Yep, there we go. Yeah. Alright, let's see if we get the Aviation Weather Center up on screen right now, because, I think that's what we need, is we need to get the Aviation Weather Center. And if you're wondering why I switched to this camera view, it's in case I have something explicit on screen by accident, you know? No, I'm kidding. But, you never know. Like, the one time you don't expect anything bad to come up on the screen, the autocomplete will open up some, like, effed up crap, like, and you'll just be like, oops, awkward. Oh, I didn't put the chat on screen. Where are my manners? I'm sorry, guys. You guys are coming here to participate, and we're not even putting the chat on the screen. There we go. See, we want people to see the chat. See, just like that. And the people that don't know would ask, "Can you see the flag on the moon?" It is a funny question. Oh my God, Slim Nim. Like a couple weeks ago, I was on Lorenzo's show, and he's a nice enough guy, construction worker. I respect his profession. I don't respect his opinion about the moon landings. This guy. So this guy, I'll bring it up to Ross and Ante on the fucking Expanse, right? The Expanse is that TV show. You know, it's a good show. So anyway, I'm bringing up how the engine on the Expanse works, and now it's a fictional engine. It's the Epstein drive, and it's got basically like it's got really good fuel economy, you know. But the basic principle about how the engine works is in the Expanse, a lot of the ships are designed like a skyscraper. So instead of having like on Star Trek where the ship is sideways and you're walking around like this, or on Stargate where once again the ship is sideways, this is of course the dataless. So in Stargate, they're walking around the ship like this. They got artificial gravity on every deck and they're walking like this. But on the Expanse, they don't have artificial gravity or inertial dampers. So what they do instead is the building is designed like a vertical floor plan like this. And a better example would just be to imagine a regular rocket. And so instead of having a floor plan that's horizontal, the floor plan is like, right? So now whenever the ship is under thrust, whenever the engines are pushing, you have like acceleration happening. You know, the very force that pulls you to the back of the seat in your car when you're going fast. That force can also be used for basically making something that's like artificial gravity. It basically is, and the theory in general is that the human brain cannot tell the difference between whether it's standing on a gravitational body like a planet or if it's under acceleration. Assuming that you were inside a ship that was well insulated and you know you couldn't tell that the engines were running and it was accelerating at 9 point something meters per second or whatever it is, your body would feel like you would have the same amount of gravity that you would have on a planet. I guess that's the best way I could put it. And like on this planet in particular. So your body, your brain, your vestibular sense wouldn't tell the difference. You know, you, for all intents and purposes, you're being pulled to the floor. And so I'm saying in the Expanse, they do this by having the engine run, and that's what's propelling it. And so this guy in Lorenzo chat is like, you know, that wouldn't work, but go on. I'm like, what? Yeah, that wouldn't work because they don't have anything to push off of into space. And I'm like, all right, that's a common misconception, but that's not how this works. And I can understand why people would assume, like, you know, when you see a jet engine, they assume that the jet engine is sucking in air on one side and blowing air out the other side, or that it's burning jet fuel and what's coming out the back is pushing on the atmosphere, which is not really true. That's just not how that works. Now, sure, I mean, I guess if you're on an aircraft carrier, they put up a blast shield, it might push off that solid barrier. But for the most part, like, aside from getting off of a launch pad, rockets are not pushing off of anything. Like, you know, yeah, when it's getting off the launch pad, it might push off the ground. Maybe, but it's really that whole equal or opposite reaction thing, that Newtonian law, so to speak. And so when you're in space, okay, there's no atmosphere to push off of. So what's happening? Either A, rockets don't go to space because that doesn't work, or B, something else is happening. And an easy way to demonstrate how this works on the Earth is to stand on a skateboard. I actually tried doing this during Lorenzo's stream. I literally tried standing up on my chair. In fact, you guys were here. We replayed the video like a week or two ago. So I got up on my chair and I took a bottle. I tried throwing it at my wall. And it didn't really work, but if you get up on like a skateboard that has really smooth wheels and you pick up like a 10-pound medicine ball and you go, whoo, you throw it. The medicine ball is going to go that way. You're going to go this way. And that's like the basic principle of how a rocket does what it does. And you could, in space, have just cold gas coming out of a nozzle. And that would move you. But if you could ignite that gas or heat it up, it gets bigger. I guess it gets more mass. I'm not really sure. But for whatever reason now, it gets that much more oomph when it's coming out, so to speak. But anyway, this young guy was arguing that the moon landings didn't happen. And he goes, how could the moon landings happen if Richard Nixon was on the phone in the Oval Office during Apollo 11? So allegedly, his claim was that he saw a picture or a video of Richard Nixon on the phone speaking to the astronauts during the first moon landing, while there was a picture of the Earth on the wall in Nixon's office. And his attitude is like, that picture is impossible to take because if they didn't land on the moon yet, that picture would be impossible. Therefore, it must be fake. And it's like, I didn't think about this at the time, but excuse me. But as it turns out, they did fly around the moon before Apollo 11. They did like, an orbit. They flew to the moon to verify they can get to the moon. They orbited the moon. They came back. Like, they didn't land on the moon that time. But in that situation, you would be able to get a pretty wide photograph of the Earth in its entirety from afar. So, yeah, that was kind of debunked right there. But as for can we see the flag on the moon? No, but you can't even see the flag on the moon from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. You can sort of see like a glimmering of light. You can see a little bit of a shadow. You can see the tracks from the lunar rover pretty well. And actually, I have a video coming out on that topic, but what we could do is see if we can find a picture of the Apollo 16 blast crater. So, like right here, this is the Apollo 16 blast crater. Now, most of the time, they don't get a blast crater on the moon from these landings. And there's two reasons why. One, the engine is turned off well before it gets to its final resting spot. It's sort of like it's using the thrust to slow down the descent, but at the same time, it's moving sideways. So by the time it's close enough to the ground, it cuts off the descent engine. It's still falling down slowly, and it does something like this. It's almost like hitting it sideways. So if anything, you're actually more likely to see like a slight mound of dirt next to the landing pad or landing feet, but not so much a crater. But on Apollo 16, they had to dodge some boulders. And so because they had to dodge some boulders, they actually did run the engine up until the last instant. And, it's just like, wide satellite imagery. But if someone didn't believe in the moon landing, I wouldn't expect them to accept this evidence on its own, okay? It's just, we're going to be one of those, we'll have to agree to disagree type scenarios is basically what it comes down to. But I did find that interesting because it was an interesting question, like, why doesn't this create a blast crater? And it's like, shouldn't this create one? It's like, well, there's another factor too. When the exhaust is coming out of this engine, it's not concentrating in one area. When you're in a vacuum, that funnel of exhaust does spread out over a wider area, so that's also another factor. But mainly it's just the fact that they usually do their main engine cutoff before they get to the final touchdown spot. But from the Earth, looking at the Apollo landing site from the Earth would be like trying to look at a penny in Florida. Like you had a penny on the end of a telephone pole and you want to photograph that from New York, that wouldn't really be practical. Like assuming that the Earth wasn't round, or assuming you could have the right, angle. So basically the Expanse, I would say, Lorenzo, there were some seasons that were boringer than others. I'd say like some of it you just got to kind of what do you call it, slog through it. Maybe skip it and read a synopsis for a boringer episode. But I mean the key battles, right? The second episode, they have that big battle with the Donager. They have the what was that ship? The the Canterbury getting attacked, the Donager getting attacked. There's a lot of political intrigue and bullshit going on. And then in the last season, they shortened the season. They made the season really short, which means there's not a lot to slog through. And most of the episodes have to be kind of fun to watch because they're packing them in tight. But of course, there was mostly a budgetary reason. They try to make some bullshit. I saw some dumb article where they were like, oh, shorter seasons are better because, you get more quality or some dumb shit. And it's like, no, you cheap bastards. You're just trying to justify it. So anyway, but the books were okay. It's kind of fun to watch the show and read the books because you get like a comparative, look between the two. You sort of see like some major differences at a certain point. I can respect that. I mean, one thing is I did take a break at one point and resume the show, and I found it a lot more watchable when I took a break because there are a lot of characters, but some people do videos about it. Oh, I don't have the case of the yawns right now. You know, you got that Indian lady, what the hell is her name? Chris Jen? Her name is Chris Jen Avarasal. She's the one that sounds like she smoked 10 cigarettes. She's like, she talks like this. I can't really do her voice, but she talks kind of like this. Which, I mean, kind of a cool voice for like a UN representative type of lady, you know? And then you had like the gay guy and the Mars diplomat guy and some bullshit where they wanted to own property on Mars and the two gay guys were going to move to Mars and live on, what was it? Which one was it? Damn it. Valley, Marinaris, fuck. Forgot the name of it. It got these, you know, names. It was like one of these valleys, the Marina Valley. And he gets betrayed because I think like Christian Avarasala puts like a spy device in a pencil. He becomes the source of a major leak. And basically Mars is like, okay, that's it. You can't move to Mars anymore because you betrayed us. And the guy's like, oh man, I bought the property already. This sucks. And he loved Mars, the guy. Like, you know, so it's like a lot of weird character dynamics going on. But some people come and go, and some people are persistent. And so one thing to do is when you watch an episode, see if that character dies before getting attached to them. Because if they die, you don't really have to remember them too well, do you? Well, at least on a TV show. In real life, yeah, it helps to remember people. But anyway. So yeah, a picture of the Earth could be post-printed in history books if I'm post-printed photo is the most printed photo in history. Okay, that's what you meant. It was mistyped, yeah. We got a car on the moon, left the keys in it so the lizard people can go for a joyride. And yeah, Lorenzo, I appreciate it. I remember you messaged me after that, and Lorenzo says, that was great how you handled the situation with whomever was arguing with you that day. I should remember, but I'm blanking out tonight. I don't remember the guy's name either. What I feel bad about is, so there was two guys, and one of them was this cool, like, nerdy dude, and then there was the other guy. And at the time, the guy that was, you know, giving me shit about the Earth being flat or the moon landings being fake, he had no picture on the screen, so I thought it was the kid, the nerdy kid, who was giving me shit about the Earth being flat. And I'm just glad I didn't react negatively towards the kid, because, like, at least, because if I did, I would have ended up, you know, being mean to the wrong guy. Because then when the kid left, I thought the guy was gone, and then I realized he was still there. I was like, okay, so that kid is not that guy, and that guy is the guy, if that makes sense. And then the Slim Nim says, yes, placing the flag made it move. Oh yeah, so the low gravity takes a long time to stop moving. So there's actually a real answer to this. So people were saying, why is the flag waving on the moon? And it's like, well, do they even know what the fucking flag is made of? And they don't. They don't know what the flag is made of. So let's see here. Apollo moon flag. What is it made of? Because it actually has a pretty interesting design. In fact, this picture shows you very clearly like what it's made of. And this is a low res image, but you can actually see it like right here. Look at that. You see a pole? And look at that. It's a right angle. You know why? Because the flag is actually hanging from a horizontal pole. It's an L-shaped right angle pole. And I'll see if I can find a better picture of this for you guys. Oh, that might be a high-res image, or what is that? I don't want a video. I want a high-res picture. Thank you very much. Okay, that's the low-res picture I zoomed in on earlier. Look, that's in a museum right there, so you can sort of see like the right angle there. Apparently, we have some plans for it too. Oh, good. Get a nice close-up right here. So, right here, it does actually look like it's made of fabric, because I was under the impression it was actually made of mylar, but that's like really not important. So right here, you sort of see the L shape. It's sort of going to be hung up on it like a curtain. Maybe it'll give us a better picture of that. But over here, it looks like it's on a curtain rod. It literally looks like a, yeah, it looks like something hanging on a curtain rod. Here's like, I think this is the entire kit right here. So actually, this should be very interesting. I don't even really care about disabling my ad blocker. What I'd rather do is tell it to like, I don't want to, whatever, I'm going to disable the ad blocker for this site. I don't really give a shit. There, okay. You guys happy? There. I don't really care about the ads so much. Actually, I kind of do. That ad is kind of fucking intrusive right there. I mean, it takes up half the fucking screen. Okay, like there's just some websites I don't even bother reading the news on them. Like, who needs that? So, which part? Oh yeah, the Expanse. So, okay, that one, we could do a breakdown on that one. Oh, she's cute. Anyway, she's kind of cute, moderately cute. Anyway, kind of like disproportionately sized, actually. Anyway, okay, sorry. Okay, so, I'm sorry. The gold color on the poles is a protective coating. Okay, so it's sort of like Mylar, coated with gold maybe or something like that. All right, that's not really helpful. I wanted to see like, maybe like the picture of the entire kit being assembled or something cool like that, and I'm not getting my money's worth out of Forbes right now. I mean, it's a good thing I'm not paying those guys, huh? Maybe this picture? I just want one good picture, like just one good picture. This one's not bad. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty bad. So, okay, that's the guys, like, in the low quality video, which kind of interesting how they relayed the video transmission. That's a whole story in of itself. Sometimes when you open a picture in a new tab, it comes out larger. Oh, wow, is that guy looking to the right? No, not really. But, bottom line is it's like a curtain rod. And so you got an aluminum pole. You're trying to stake it into the ground. The pole is vibrating, right? The L-shaped bit on the top is vibrating. So, of course, the flag's going to fucking wave. And I get that, like, if you didn't have wind on the moon, and if we did not have this horizontal crossbar, the flag would definitely fall down. It might do it slowly or in a different way, but it wouldn't just stay up like that. But of course, once you understand that there's a horizontal bar on that moon, on that flagpole, it makes sense why it would actually remain in an upright position. And once you understand that the flag is hanging from left to right, then it kind of makes sense why the rest of it would, do what it does. So I'll get off that topic there, but let's see here. So interesting. Okay, so Lorenzo says they introduced a ton of characters, then killed a bunch of them in a spaceship crash in the second episode, or the spaceship was attacked. So yeah, so exactly my point. So it's like that episode right there. I thought I needed to know who all those fucking people were too, right? And no, you really didn't need to know. It's like, I know it's a little weird. So it's like, it's one of those shows that like is a bit more rewarding to watch a second time for me, because it's like at that point I already know who I need to care about and who I don't need to care about. I also know what episodes I don't want to watch again, because I remember there was like some episodes in season 2 or 3 maybe, I always mix them up, that just were kind of something to slog through, I think it was the one where they were on Eros station. So you have two big stations. You got Ceres and Eros, and Ceres is actually a real freaking thing. And I think we're gonna open up the space simulator app right now, because I don't think we're gonna get anything here right now, right? Look at that. This ain't giving us nothing. So we're gonna park the telescope for now, because I'm not gonna drive myself insane. And unfortunately, my preferred weather map is no longer available. So I have to figure out a solution. I gotta find bookmark a good weather map sooner or at some point. But let's go and open up, what was that called? Well, let's see, it's gonna be in Steam. I forget the name of the app all the time. It's like Space something another. Space Engine, that's what it's called. And there's actually two apps, Space Engine and Celestia. But I think Space Engine is like good for what we're gonna do with it right now. So we're gonna just get into that. So like the first episode, the ship that was attacked was called the Canterbury. And the Canterbury's job is to go to the rings of Saturn and basically mine ice. To literally gather ice and bring it back to the asteroid belt and sell it as water. In fact, they're literally wearing uniforms that says pure and clean water, because all of the characters in that first episode are working for a company that, basically... In fact, that ship is an ice hauler, and that's what it does. It brings ice from the outer solar system to other parts in the solar system so that they can sell clean drinking water. And drinking water could be used for making water, for making rocket fuel, for sustaining places like Ceres, which we're going to see right now. Ceres is spelled C-E-R-E-S, Ceres Station. And it's actually a really special place. Just to give you guys some reference here. So it looks almost like a planet. See that? It's like literally a ball. And it's in the asteroid belt. And then you got Eros. And Eros is more like an asteroid that's a weird shape. I don't think that's a more abnormal shape. And in the Expanse, they have two major settlements. Now, on the Expanse, they basically say what they did with Ceres was they hollowed it out and made it into a into a space station. They like literally like hollowed it out from the inside, put some caves inside of Ceres, and basically they spin the asteroid around. And the idea is that now you have gravity along the inner wall. And if you live near the outer wall, you have the most gravity. And it's like probably the most Earth-like situation to be under. But if you live near the center of the station or near the core of the rock, two things happen in the Expanse. And they talk about this in the books in great detail. But in the TV series, you see this. In the TV show, you do see this in the CGI. What up there, Orville Nation? So anyway, and yeah, guys, check out Orville Nation, of course, as always. And he had a stream the other day. I missed it, but he had a live stream the other day. But anyway, so where was my brain? My brain was here. I'm waiting for this app to load. Looks like this app is taking its time. It's giving me a lot of opportunity to close things that I probably shouldn't be leaving open, like, for extended periods of time, right? It's mad funny. We got like mad crap open here. Do I have enough crap open? So anyway, where's my brain? Thanks, Lorenzo. So yeah, so that's like the, so now imagine you're living near the core of a spinning asteroid, right? Like, so if this is a sphere, if you live along the outer wall, you have more gravity. But if you live on like an inner layer that's like a smaller diameter, you have less gravity. But not only that, they have Coriolis forces, or the Coriolis effect. So you'll see a scene in the TV series. I could probably find a scene if I really wanted to go crazy looking for it. Well, you see somebody pouring water. But instead of the water, coming out like on my Nintendo controller like it just did, as the person's pouring water out of a cup, instead of it coming out like a straight like this, it comes out looking like this. Like it makes this weird spiral. And it's basically because if you were inside an environment where your artificial gravity is being generated by spinning, it behaves more normally the further away from the center you are. But as you get closer to the center and you try to pour water, it doesn't just simply come out like that. It starts doing weird shit where it makes almost like a spirally pattern. It's really quite bizarre. I bet we can get a picture of it actually. So let's get some picture here. So we're gonna get Coriolis Expanse. And I mean, it's the Coriolis effect, but in the books and in the show, they'll always refer to it as Coriolis, because why call it the effect? And you can see this picture right here where the water's come out in this weird pattern, and that's because of the part of the station they're in. And I think we could probably get a picture of in fact, here's a picture of one of the stations. So this is sort of, I think, trying to demonstrate what the Coriolis forces would look like inside of the Ceres station. Also, on the Expanse, they have these weird seats on the ships because they don't have inertial dampers. So they basically have to be injected with anti-stroke medication when the ship is going at like 10 or 15 Gs of acceleration so that you don't pass out or get a stroke. But in the books, they have these pods. Like everyone has a pod in the ship. In fact, there we go. I know what we're going to do. We're going to pull up a comic book right here. You guys are going to love this. Maybe. You might love this. You might not love this, but we'll see. So, this is like, so you can actually see a system of tunnels inside of Ceres Station, right? And you can see like it's sort of burrowed here, burrowed. Some of these are abandoned shafts, but a lot of these places are inhabited. So you got this big cavernous space over here. And as you're near the floor level, you're not going to get nauseous. Things are going to feel pretty normal. It's like something that like in the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, there's a scene, right when they're walking around in the space station, the guys in the 2001 ring, let's say. Oh my god, it's rotating wheel. Yeah, this right here. So basically, these have to be made kind of big. These space stations here that spin have to be made kind of big, because if you make them too small, like let's say you only make it 20 feet in diameter, what happens is the difference in gravity from where your head is versus the difference in gravity in the bottom part of your body, it just feels fucking weird. You feel like you're sort of constantly leaning one way or some crazy shit. And so it helps to make these things larger. But also, if let's say you were, let's say there was an inner ring over here, you'd be basically like, yeah, like it either needs to spin at a higher RPM, or you got to be further away from the center in order for it to not feel kind of weird. And that's why they've never really tried to do this on the International Space Station. They did some research. They were going to make an artificial gravity module on the space station, and it was just like, for what it was going to cost and how nauseous it was going to make the crew. So that's a great example. Yes, it does, Lorenzo. Babylon 5 does spin, and Babylon 5 is based on a O'Neill cylinder, and there's actually a guy named Gerard O'Neill. He wrote a book called The High Frontier. I think I even have it. There it is. Okay, good. I actually have it. Yeah, good. Let's see. We're gonna go and open up the Kindle Cloud Reader twice. So this book here is written by the guy who designed the thing that Babylon 5 is modeled after. And in this book, we should have pictures of various space habitats, but we only care, like this is called a Bernal sphere, is it? Is that the spherical one? Looks like it. So anyway, you got like the engineering. They talk about how much material, how much concrete, where you can get the concrete from, the moon, how we would power it, some of the structures. I'm looking for something very particular here. What the inside of something like that would look. Let's see if we can find. Okay, so that's the Bernal sphere. So that's not what we're looking for, but it actually is one of the similar concepts. So you got the little rings. I think they're talking about how to make a space station out of the fuel tank from the space shuttle. I'm looking for a particular page. Okay, so we're starting to get warmer. There we go. So that's one picture of an O'Neill cylinder right there, and these are also used in the original Gundam series. So if we go and we do like, you know, O'Neill cylinder Gundam. What up there, QEPX? Chill out, bro. No offense, but come on, chill, bro. Like I said, you make me paranoid. Like it's like the more you want it, I don't want to be a dick. I don't want to sound like a dick, but you know, it's just like makes me feel like I said, you tingle my spidey sense, bro. So anyway, this is like what the inside of Babylon 5 would look like, right? You have this cylinder, and so the outside is this, and what you got on the outside is you got quartz windows that let in UV light, and then you have basically like 6 sides. You have 6 solid walls and 6 transparent sides. And the idea is that this thing spins, and that's how you get your gravity on the inner wall. Now, the difference with Babylon 5 as far as O'Neill cylinders go is that let's see here, is that there's also multiple decks in here, right? So this thing spins, but of course they have a few things going on. You have like the docking sphere up here that you literally go inside. There's an elevator that brings you to the floor level, and that's where all the ships land. Then on this section, you have a big hollow inner space on the inner drum where it's almost like the luxury area where they have gardens and they have fancy restaurants and they have buildings. And in fact, we're gonna see, and unfortunately, they never really released a good like resource on the interior structure of Babylon 5. But this is sort of like one way of showing the docking bay, the elevators that go to the train track in the middle, right? You have the shuttle, they call it the core shuttle, and you got the brown and gray section where they do the sewage and whatever. Oh yeah, this is a scene where they messed up on the visual effects. So Londo is supposed to be walking on the inside of the stage. So on his right image, you can see how everything is like sloped up. That's the inside of a O'Neill cylinder, and he's walking inside like a labyrinth, like in the movie The Shining. But what happened was apparently the wrong tape got sent to Europe, and this got broadcasted on TV. So there's a scene where you see Londo walking inside the fucking warehouse where they filmed the show. And JMS, the guy who, you know, produced the show or whatever, wrote the show, he's kind of pissed off that they kind of made that mistake. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, see what I'm saying, QEPX? Like, I'm not the only one who thinks it's strange, you know? It's like if you had like a channel content on your channel, I might be like, you know what? Let's take a chance. But I don't, you know, I'm paranoid. Here's another picture of the interior. I think I have an animated picture of John Sheridan jumping out of a train car. Actually, I should be able to find, because these pictures on their own don't really do justice. But I guess the point I'm getting at is, here we are. So this is like the interior of Babylon 5. So you have the grass, you have the trees, but you have these buildings. So most of the show, when they're indoors, they're either inside the buildings or they're underneath the floor. So here's another scene. You got a character sitting on the inside of the habitation drum. You got the gardens, and you can see the ground above him. You can see like, you can see things like, we're gonna find it. Come on. There we go. Right there, you can see. Wow, ew. Oh yeah, that's what what's the name looked like in the beginning. So basically, the idea is there's two things going on. You got buildings on this internal surface here, but also underneath the floor, you have a few decks of floor plan, and that's basically how Babylon 5 differs from A Space Colony in Gundam, and it differs from the original design that Gerard O'Neill designed, the one that we were looking at here, and the one over here. But you can see the concept is basically the same. Also, Babylon 5 doesn't have big windows on the outside because Babylon 5 has its own artificial lighting system in the middle. And I love how, like, we do these streams and I don't plan on them, and I don't have any of the pictures ready. It's just kind of funny. Like, I have a laundry list that we're gradually building since like the other day. But that's okay. At least we're touching on things that are interesting. And so you can see how like an O'Neill cylinder would be large enough to have some kind of weather, potentially weather that you can control. And that's sort of how they do it in the original, in the Gundam shows, is they have like weather control systems in there. They want it to be as much like a real city as possible, right? So if I connect to my computer downstairs, let's see here. I'm gonna go to my what is it? Streams, multimedia, mobile suit Gundam. I'm gonna go and look for Gundam 0080 because this show takes place in O'Neill cylinder. We got to be real careful because this one will get me copyright. I mean, that'll get me copyright right there. Like, that's just a cool scene. So no, I'm not gonna dwell on that. It looks cool. It is a really cool scene. I mean, in this episode, in this scene in Gundam, they're literally launching a rocket with like a giant cargo hold. Whoops. See? Yeah. And they're launching a Gundam prototype on that. Yeah. So Gerard O'Neill he worked for NASA. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, I found it. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. I found it. It's gonna be fucking beautiful. Oh, yeah. I got chills going up my spine right now. I don't know if I should play the music. Probably not. I'm gonna put it on real low. Oh, yeah, I got Clobber and Times on. Let me mute my dear friend. Oh, no, Clobber is off. Who the hell am I playing? Who's playing in the background? Where's that sound coming from? All right. Let's see. We're gonna put okay, I need to figure out where the sound is coming from. Give me 1 minute. I have some application open that's making sound, and I don't even know where the sound is coming on. Oh yeah, Adam Krigler shouted me out yesterday for having being like a member of his channel for 38 months. I got to make a clip out of that just out of principle, because I mean, like, how can we not make a clip out of Adam Krigler shouting your boy DJ Ronnie G out, you know? All right, so where is this sound coming from? I literally don't know. There's sound coming from an app. Maybe it's from the Space app. It must be the Space app. Okay, we're going to mute the sound for the Space app. It's not coming from the app. So where's it coming from? Maybe I'll hear it when I put on my headphones. Oh, I found it. I found it. There we go. Okay, I got you, my friends. All right, let's get this show on the road here, right? So I have to watch the copyright thing, make sure I basically catch it before they catch me. But I just really want you guys to see this. So right here, how many miles to the battlefield is the episode name. It's not really important, but what is important is you see the Earth right here, right? And it's probably going to get copyright music, so I'm not going to play the whole song. So right here, you got like, I forget if this is side 6. We're going to just say this is side 6. Because in Gundam, they have different locations for the space colonies. And if we look at the original O'Neill book, Lagrangian points. So basically the idea is that when you want to put something in orbit of Earth, there's only like these points where you can put it where they stay. Because otherwise they're going to orbit, they're not going to stay where you want them. But if you put it at these places, these are like locations that are like mathematically balanced between the Earth and the Sun and whatever the heck. And basically they'll stay up there. So you got like in Gundam, they basically like sort of made up different numbers, but Gundam sides. So we'll just do that. And all the space colonies are in this arrangement. So they say side 1, side 2, side 6. These are actually Lagrangian points. You can see side 7 is Lagrangian point 3. Side 1 and side 6 are at L5. Side 3, where the Zeons are located, I believe that's where the Zeon guys are located. That is like basically behind the moon at Lagrangian point 2. But then I think Luna 2 is over here. So Luna 2 is like on the in cislunar orbit, and I think this was a rock that they actually used for building the space colonies and was turned into a Federation base. But you have Luna 2 orbiting this central point, and you have side 7 orbiting that same Barry center, I guess. And same thing, these two objects are moving in a circle, but everything is basically, you know, at a set distance from the Earth as they orbit the Earth and the Sun and yada yada yada. So side 3 is the set of space colonies that's furthest away from the Earth, I think they say. But obviously this doesn't really give you a lot of representation of scale. So bottom line is, let's get back to this. So this is side 6, I believe. And so they're going to zoom in on it. And right here they got like early, I believe this is like 1989 CGI. So it looks really choppy, but it just, you see the inside of that colony right there. You got like the glass in there, you know, it's made of quartz. It's spinning, you got gravity, and the wall has some thickness, but it's not as thick as the colony wall on Babylon 5. And you can see the weather, you can see the... I'm not taking a fucking chance here. And then these kids, they think war is fun, but boy, are they gonna get a reality check by the end of the... Oh yeah, look at that! They're learning about the Earth sphere in class. So you know, I don't know. I like these little, like, I love the touches of detail they do in these old Gundam shows. I really do. And I think there's other points in the show where they show you the space colony, and this is like sort of like a semi-autonomous republic, I believe. They're not really affiliated with the Federation quite at this point in time, but they sort of have some relations with the Federation. And let's see if we can find another angle here. Okay, and the show basically ends with, you know, same thing there. Kids, oh shit, there we go, copywritten material in your stream. It's funny how I put the fucking hexagons up and that gets detected, isn't it? Isn't that funny how that works? Like, I'm trying to avoid getting detected. So for anybody who ever gets the copyright warning, basically what you do is, when you see this come up, right, you're on analytics like I am right now, click on stream health, and what you're going to see is it says stream is healthy. So what this is telling me is that it detected copyright material, but everything's okay now. So once you see that everything's okay now, you click on the X, and then you go back here. And then next time it detects copywritten material, you'll see this thing come up again. So keep that in mind if you ever want to display copywritten material on your stream. What up, JLM? Thanks for dropping by. Good to see you, man. So let's keep it rolling here. And they're playing some song, I think. So basically, this is the school after the war wrecked the school. And they're zooming out from the space colony. And then they're showing you the thing. And then, you know, sort of like, I just showed you guys the beginning of this series. And the end of this series. And I believe at this part, I forget if they show you the flag for the Republic. But this is the Ria Republic, which is just, like I said, an autonomous political entity. They have their own self-defense force. But it's not quite of the magnitude of the Earth Federation. Which is probably why the Earth Federation, you know, absorbed them later on. So yeah, anyway, let's get back to some pictures here of some space technology. I have a real treat here. We got a book. In fact, it's not a book. It is a book, but... Well, if this is a review, I think it's not like you are somehow ripping off their work. Yeah, true. I would say my efforts are transformative, but I'm one to like avoid getting wrapped up in technicalities because at the end of the day, if my stream gets shut down, like it's good to know the technicalities if you have to fight a suspension or a, you know, what do you call it, like something like that. That is relevant, you know. Only time I've ever gotten in real trouble on YouTube was like when I was playing an episode of Mandalorian. I did like a full-blown, what do you call it, like reaction stream. And the audacity of me, I had the fucking video in like full screen and I was barely blocking it. I was barely doing anything to cover it. So it's like, and it was in like really good high definition. Like I was playing I was playing the Mandalorian in like super high def. And so of course that one got flagged. But what we're going to look for is, this is the Forever War comic book. And basically it's about a guy who gets into a war, I think in like 1999. But the way that the ships travel, whenever the ship goes like near the speed of light, time moves slower for the people on the ship than it does for people on Earth. And so he'll leave for like a year, come back to Earth, and 10 years went by, or 15 years went by. And that's sort of like what happens, you know, throughout this book. He goes away, comes back, goes away, comes back. And what I'm looking for is the acceleration couch that they used on his ship. Because at a later point in the book, they really up the technology. And basically, like, early in the book, you're sitting in a special, like, you're just laying down. They're basically telling you to, like, lay down when the ship is going at 2 Gs of acceleration so that you don't hurt yourself. And then you have to roll over in bed so that you don't break a bone or blood doesn't pool on one side, so you don't get, like, bed sores from the high gravity. And then later on in the book, like, they put them in these tanks, like liquid tanks. And the idea is that you have pressurized water around your body. And this is supposed to help to mitigate the force of acceleration and deceleration, especially if like an enemy is shooting a missile at your ship. Your ship is flying at like, 50 Gs of force, and you got to steer a hard left or a hard right. And actually the book covers for this were beautiful right here. Like, just kind of dated some of it, but pretty cool book cover. So here's like one of the like tanks right here. So you can see like the character. This is Nick Percival. I love how they got specific names in there, but it's like you got some breathing stuff. You got these tubes going in. And so in the book, Joel Haldeman describes it as you're in a tank full of fluid, but your body is also being filled. So all of the orifices between your organs is being filled up with like a fluorocarbon fluid. So the idea is that you don't only have pressurized water all around your body, you have pressurized fluid inside your body. And this is like basically what protects your organs from sharp acceleration and sharp deceleration, so that you can handle 20 Gs of force when you're traveling. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to find that picture I was looking for right now. Okay, so that's the people after getting, injured in war. Then they go to the vacation planet. Then they go back to the war. I think, right, it's going to happen right here somewhere. He gets some special training to be a super soldier again. Here we go. Okay, good. This is the ship. This is the Masaric 2. Then they're doing some fighting exercises because at this point in the war, they have to bring swords with them because they can't always use conventional weapons. And then apparently he's still getting laid in the book. Good for him. Where's the acceleration tank? Did they already land on the planet? Okay, yeah, we gotta go back. I can almost swear there was a good picture in this comic. I mean, I might have a better time Googling it. Okay, I went way too far back in the book. Okay, so it's definitely the right place. Oh, they're already on the planet. Maybe they don't have it in here. Oh, here it is. I guess that's it. Doesn't look quite right to me. It doesn't jive with my memory. Oh well, we'll just find a picture. We'll Google it. We're gonna Google it. So, let's see here. Acceleration tank forever war. So, I think that acceleration tanks might be fiction, but the one where they put fluid in the lungs to make you breathe, that one is semi-real. I believe they do have a fluid that can carry oxygen into your lungs. I don't think it's quite, I don't think it's where, nearly where we need it to be yet. Oh, acceleration shell. Okay, let's see here. Oh, well, I'm not finding a good picture, but I basically described it. Big tank, and they had two versions. They had ones where, like, individual person would be inside their respective tank, and, just one person per tank. Then they had ones where it was like a shared experience. A group of people would be inside a large tank, and there's a scene in the book where, like, one of the characters has their own personalized acceleration shell, but it's not fitted correctly because she lost weight. And so as it turns out, when you're fitted for the acceleration tank, if you like lose weight, they gotta resize it. And if they don't resize it, you get like issues where maybe your skin gets pinched up or something, or you don't get proper protection from the acceleration anymore because you're not being sealed properly. And so that's basically what happens to Lieutenant Potter in the book. She basically gets severely injured, and I think it happens right after this scene here, right after the ship gets shot. They have to, like, treat her, but I don't know. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. I don't know. It's amazing when you think you could find it and you can't find it. That's where I'm at right now. So, this one here, I'm not even going to chalk this up to bad planning. I'm just not finding it. But let's get to the chat real quick. So, anyway. So, like, eventually his own progeny could overtake him in space. Yes, as a matter of fact, that could happen if he had children, which he didn't have children until later in the book, but, like, his younger brother became his older brother at one point in the book, right? That happened. So, that's kind of interesting in a way, right? How you can leave Earth having a younger brother and come back, and that person is your senior in, terms of lived experience, in terms of years being lived. Yeah, so the oxygen-bearing fluid that people can breathe is like sort of like they had that on Evangelion, Neon Genesis Evangelion, and I think there was some headway. But let's take a look at series real quick since Lorenzo's got to sleep, and I wanted to show that to Lorenzo in particular. I think your diaphragm would need to be extra to force fluid in and out. need to be extra. Yeah, I think that makes some sense, actually. So we're going to go into here, and hopefully I don't, like, make a mistake. I probably should not have opened up tutorial mode. Let's just go and... Alright, so we're going to do a search for series. And I think all I got to do is do this. Click on it, and we're going to click Go To. And now we're looking at series in the asteroid belt. And this app is a little weird, but essentially I can orbit things. I can, you know, increase my speed. And so in the Expanse, they built a bunch of metal structures around a series, but they also hollowed it out. And it's like basically like where the belt, it's one of the best like places where the belters live on the Expanse. And in the book, there's a part in the book where like the series gets thoroughly stripped of all of the good stuff. Like it gets completely stripped by the bad guys, and it was like a really fucked up situation in a way. And the rich people get robbed by these, you know, like asshole terrorist types. But it is just a hunk of rock in the asteroid belt. And one thing I remember about the asteroid belt is mostly it's not going to be anything like an asteroid field in Star Wars, you know? I mean, everything is spaced pretty far apart. It is pretty dense, but, you know, that's basically what I want to show you is Ceres and Eros. And Eros is another object in the asteroid belt. But other than that, Lorenzo, I hope you have a pleasant night, man. You know, I definitely wouldn't want to keep you up. And there we go. So in the Expanse, Eros is like the ghetto version of Ceres. And they go there, and it's like got mad crime, and it's just mad ratchet. And basically, the people in Ceres are unwittingly made to be part of a experiment. And it doesn't really work out well for them. And at one point, I forget why, but the station is like filled with radiation, and James Holden and the detective guy get heavily irradiated, and they have to basically take radiation drugs for like the rest of their lives. And in the book, they sort of like showed them getting treated, and I think they showed them medication, but they don't really fixate on it a lot. But in a later season, in fact, I think the last season of the show, it becomes really relevant because people come down with some like bacteria on the planet in a far, far away place. And for some reason, James Holden is the only guy who's not being affected by this this organism, and it has something to do with his cancer medication. But that's what I want to share there. You know, just two destinations, and in the Expanse, in our current time, it took 10 years to get to Pluto with the fastest man-made craft. And if you accelerate and you want to stop somewhere, you have to be able to slow down. We didn't slow down. We just passed by Pluto. We took good pictures. We got really good pictures of Pluto. In fact, these pictures might be reflected here. Let's see if we can see the heart-shaped valley. It looks like this is based on outdated Hubble data. This might be based on outdated Hubble data. I feel like I'm not seeing the heart-shaped. Oh, wait, is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Oh, there we go. It just loaded, but there's like a heart-shaped ice field here somewhere. And, you know, it's the cutest thing. No, but that's basically all I want to show. And then I think I can fast forward this app to like accelerate the orbit of the planets. There we go. Oh yeah, I can definitely see the heart-shaped thing. Oh yeah, that's definitely, I can definitely see the heart-shaped thing. Doesn't really look, it kind of looks like a heart shape, I guess. Yeah, it's basically a heart shape. Especially if you're further away. I guess, I mean, you know. And we can tell the program go back to real time. So yeah, extra long endurance would be like a thing, right? And that's another thing. So problem is like, another weird issue is if we want to get the, let's say like send like the Voyager probe back and get it back. Like, I'm sorry, we sent the Voyager out and we want to get it back. I think it would take like 10 Saturn V rockets or some obscene amount of fuel to bring it back. And that's partly because like we've accelerated it for so long. And they didn't necessarily use a lot of fuel to pick up speed. They friggin' used a lot of gravity assist, right? Like they used the gravity of like different planets to get more speed. So every time they did that, they got it to go faster without using fuel. But unfortunately, to slow it down, they would need to use fuel. And apparently you get really big mountains on Pluto because there's so little gravity that they can actually, the mountains actually get bigger, which is sort of like something you wouldn't expect, but it actually works out. And Lorenzo says, that's really cool. I have to rest now. I'm hosting my show tomorrow night. Yeah, and your shows are 6 hours long, brother. No, I'm kidding. But jokes aside, I love you, Lorenzo. Thanks, man, for inviting me. And, you know, but no, yeah, Lorenzo's shows are like 6 hours long. Sometimes it's mad funny. You'll have like one of the guests will be on there and he'll be like, oh man, I've been here for 6 hours, man. It's a fun time, and it's funny when one of the guests are just like, they're still there. It's like, okay, well, you don't want to be here, go, man. But they're trying to be polite, I guess, and they're just like, man, I've been here for 6 hours. It just cracked me up whenever the guy did that, man. He's funny. But, you know, it's always a good time, really, you know. Especially if that flat earth guy comes by. I hope maybe, if he comes by, I hope we can make some progress. I don't know. Maybe I could think of a different angle to approach that. Like, you know, come up with some kind of upfront statement. Like, look, man, I think we both know we're not going to see eye to eye on this. But maybe we can come up with something we could talk. And I think we did. Me and the moon landing guy, we briefly did talk about his work as a construction worker, and I was able to find common ground on that because I was like, oh, you know, I think that's really cool. I genuinely respected that guy's profession and what he did for a living, you know, even though I don't think it informs him in terms of the nature of the universe. I think in some ways it does give him some real world knowledge. And with that being said, guys, yeah, subscribe to Lorenzo Sleestack and check out his stream tomorrow night, or just keep your eyes on your notifications because you know, you can have a chance to enter into a sweepstakes for a new Chevy Camaro. I mean, to join the live stream, actually. You get a StreamYard link, you don't get a new car. He doesn't give out new cars. He only gives out StreamYard links. But it's about just as fun, basically, you know? So anyway, JLM has some interesting shit to say. Yes, David Weber, the man who wrote Honor Harrington, a series of books that I just started reading, pretty much has space constantly changing velocity, or you would never get anywhere in the vastness of space. Huh. Well, if the Earth is flat, how come I can't see Beijing from your roof? I have an answer to that. I can give you that flat Earth answer to that, JLM. The flat Earth answer to why you can't see Beijing from your roof is because it's too far away. It's past the vanishing point. So in flat earth science, if we could even call it that, because the big problem with flat earth is they don't have a workable model of what they claim things are. Like, they have apps that show what it's supposed to look like, but they don't have a workable model. All right. Good night to Lorenzo Sleestack, and pleasant dreams, you know. Try to have a cool dream. Yeah, so that's another topic. One day we'll do a stream about lucid dreaming. I got to do more experimentation in lucid dreaming. The short story on lucid dreaming is whenever I read the book or listen to the audiobook about lucid dreaming while I'm falling asleep, I'm more likely to remember my dreams, and I'm more likely to remember. Okay, so now getting back on topic to what JLM was talking about. There's a correction, and now it makes sense. David Weber pretty much has spaceships constantly changing velocity, or you would never get anywhere in the vastness of space. So, you know, I mean, like, I think also he's got different types of hyperdrive. They have wormholes, and like in some sci-fi, the wormhole will be like the fastest way to get around, but it'll be more rigid. Like, you can only go to certain places. And like one thing, like for example, in the first book titled On Basilisk Station, that station has like basically an air traffic control where they're managing the traffic at the intersection, so to speak. And I forget what they call it. I think they call it the junction. But like in the Front Lines series by Marco Cluse, they refer to these as Alcubierre chutes. So if you want to leave the solar system with the Alcubierre drive, and Alcubierre drive is literally the warp drive. It's like the mathematically real version of warp drive. to use the warp drive in the Frontline series by Marco Cluse, they have to go to a set location called Alcubierre Chute. And it's really just an imaginary location. But I like the idea that, like, there's a part of space where I guess the warp drive is more efficient, or maybe it's like it's inefficient, but if you go to like the right place, you have, you know, you have like maybe the fabric of space-time is thinner, or maybe there's like so little gravity pulling on you in different directions that this one area is where you can easily enter into warp drive with minimal energy, or not even minimal. Like, it may be a situation where if you don't go to an Alcubierre Chute or junction, you don't have enough energy in all of the universe to go into warp. But you go to this one area, now your meager energy production is able to get you in and out, you know, to whatever, you know, into that warp mode, I guess. But getting back to the chat here, because that helps keep me mentally on track here. And as a side note here, even Hollow Earth makes more sense than Flat Earth. Yeah, it kind of does. Problem with Hollow Earth is that they have this tendency to take, like, caves and mistaking them as evidence of Hollow Earth. And it's like, they'll say, but this guy in the year 1822 wrote this thing that says that, you know, this is how it is. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, the guy in 1802 didn't know how any of this shit works, so he made a pretty good guess. But it's like, you know, it's like you gotta, like, you know, use modern science. And I understand that we can't see the core of the Earth, but ultrasound doesn't really lie. I mean, I get that people, when something's so arcane, like how something works, people don't understand how is it that you can send vibrations in over here and receive them over here and use the timing to figure out, like, the density of the materials in the Earth. It is a little weird, but it kind of works. And as JLM says in the Honor Harrington books, that would be referred to as the Manticore Junction. It's all imaginary, magical, and magical until people make it happen. Yeah, so with Alcubierre drives, they're less bullshit than the concept of wormholes. Wormholes are mostly bullshit, but there's some mathematics for it. Warp drive, it used to be like you needed all of the energy in the universe to make it work. Then it was like you needed all of the energy into the galaxy to make a warp drive work. And then they revised the mathematics again, and it was like you need all of the energy of the planet Jupiter to make it work. And it's like, okay, well, that actually is starting to, like you know, you go from like galactic scale. Oh, I'm off camera. You go from galactic scale, because I was picking my nose. I was blowing my nose. I wasn't picking my nose. But you go from galactic scale to, like, you know, gas giant planet scale, right? And it's like, okay, this kind of makes sense now. So let's see. Let's look at the Milky Way real quick. Whoops. Shoo! Wow, that was cool. That was effing cool, dude. Okay, far out. No, but so that's like a current representation of Milky Way. It may or may not be completely accurate, but we're looking at it from the side. And so when we're in the Milky Way, we're sort of seeing like the inside of the spiral arm. We're sort of seeing, whoops, something like this. Whoa, that was cool. I just saw a nebula. I'm going too fast now. What is that? Let's go to it. Let's see what that is. Some nebula. That's cool. It's got a star cluster on the inside. And I can hear the fan in my graphics card making more noise. We can go and pick a planet. We say, let's go here. So I got ADD. So, spaceships, space travel, space stations, relativistic speeds, greater than light speeds, still all in the fiction category so far. Well, hold on. Spaceships define spaceships. Now, I think you're right. I think you mean starships, I guess. I mean, I'm being a semantic ass here. But like on Star Trek, right, they refer to the Enterprise as a starship. And I actually have, we're gonna get the Enterprise out. There we go. Okay, now we just need the sources section. Either I need to lose weight or I need to move my desk away from the wall. Almost got it. Almost got it. Almost got it. Ow, ow, ow. That hurts. Is that a knife? Oh, we got a Pentium 2. Hey, Lady Mist, you can upgrade your computer. No, I'm kidding. I think Lady Mist has a Pentium 3 or 4. Probably a Pentium 4, actually. I believe Lady Mist might have something newer than a Pentium 4, in all seriousness. So anyway, like, I believe it's a Windows 7 build. Anywho, okay, so let's get... So, Starship. What makes it a Starship? Well, it goes to different star systems, and part of that is because the back... They literally call the back a star drive, because this is what enables it to go to warp, right? It's got the warp core and the warp nacelles that bend or warp space. But Elon's rocket, he calls that Starship, but it's more like a catchy name than anything else. It's not a true Starship. It doesn't take you to the stars. It doesn't take you to other stars. But I mean, like, I always thought in my head that anything that is in space that can see the stars is a starship, but actually not really, right? It's more like a interplanetary, a trans-solar, I guess you would call it, because it stays in our solar system, like trans-solar, transatlantic. And you got a point though, like, even though, like, I would argue that we do have spaceships in the sense that they are ships that go to space. Is it really outer space? Is it inner space? How do you define it? And certainly the space station is not really in what I would call real space. Like, it's in a low orbit. It is effectively in a vacuum environment. You know, it's not like there's some molecules of air, but when you get into that part of space, it might as well be perfect vacuum, because you're measuring air molecules in parts per million. So at that point, it's like, what's the difference, you know? The main thing is that for the space station, when the atmosphere of the Earth gets hit by the sun a certain way, it expands, and you have more air molecules creating aerodynamic drag on the solar panels of the station, and that lowers the orbit. And so the more that happens, the more they have to boost the orbit using rocket fuel. And they do that periodically to prevent it from, you know, falling down, so to speak. But at a higher orbit, this would be less of an issue, like the Hubble. The Hubble, they rarely boost the orbit on the Hubble, although I think there are plans to, like, boost its orbit using some private space mission. And you say, well, true, we have maybe Tinker Toys, JLM says. We need at least Erector sets or Legos to use bad analogies. Intrasolar system is probably the correct... Yeah, intrasolar system travel is probably the correct semantics at this point, right? You know, I'd be inclined to agree with something along those lines, you know. But either way, you know, it's true, we do have Tinker Toys. I mean, problem is that even if you go on... Even if we could build, like... Once you put people on a ship, right? Like, it's one thing sending a probe to Pluto. It's another thing sending a probe that has... you know, fuel, water, air, you know, like that's a bit, like, gets a bit more cumbersome. And so generational ships are where it's at. You know, a large ship like an O'Neill cylinder with a propulsion drive on it would probably be the ideal. Wow, that's a bright star. An O'Neill cylinder with some kind of propulsion drive on it would probably be the ideal, like, and it would be a slow, you know, burn. It wouldn't be something that would go anywhere too quickly. You know, it's like, it'd just be like, you know, like, I say, like, it's got to be sustaining people. But the problem is, like, now, you need to have an ecosystem, right? You don't want to be carrying a shit ton of air. You know, you don't want air to be a consumable. You want it to be something that's self-perpetuating. And I'd imagine that means controlling the population. Like, I think in Fallout, they have these bunkers, and in one of these bunkers, they're basically practicing living in space. They're trying to, like, you know, basically say, okay, well, what do you know, what would happen to people if they had too little water? What would happen if they had too much of this? Or whatever it was, they practiced. I don't know, there's some interesting, there's a video some guy did on the different types of bunkers in Fallout, and a couple of them were really out there. I see, Lady Mist, you're a sweetheart. You're being nice even to QEPX. No, I'm kidding. I'm nice to him too. He's like, look, I say, kill the person who tickles my spidey sense with kindness. But jokes aside, I thought about making a mod. I'm just definitely afraid, to be honest. I keep saying, bro, my spidey sense. So these are called spicules, and these are sort of like, you know, just the details you'd see on a star. Normally these details would be dancing, but this looks more like a still photograph that you would take on a solar filter. Sometimes these stars will have sunspots, but getting back on topic, yeah, so I mean, what do we have right now? So we have the rocket that could take us to Mars, right? Like, Elon's working on it. We're making pretty good progress on Elon's Mars rocket. The problem with the Mars thing is that you're well outside the protective umbrella of the magnetic field. Because even when you, like, you know, when you're in a space station, you're well within the magnetic field. Going to the moon, you have to pass through, like, dense belts of radiation. Yeah, those are nice flower emojis. You know, you got to go through dense belts of radiation, but we were able to plot a course. When we did the Apollo mission, they said, okay, let's plot a course through the thinnest part of the Van Allen radiation belts. And there's a number of videos on it, but basically, like, you can see, like, Earth has a magnetic field. It's just like if you take a cow magnet and you put some metal filings, you know, on top of it, and it creates that loop-de-loop pattern. And so, ideally, you wouldn't necessarily want to fly through the densest, heaviest radiation portion of the belt. What you might do is, like, swing around the thinnest part of it. Or you might say, okay, we're going to go through the thick part, but we're going to do it, you know, in this timing, you know, something like that. You know, like, basically, like, you measure your exposure. You say, okay, this is how much radiation we have. This is how much of that radiation you get inside our spacecraft. And this is how long a human body could be exposed to that before, you know, too much exposure happens. And so we've, you know, measured, you know, the stuff. We have these readings here. You have these little heat maps, so to speak. Apparently they got, like, these other ones. I'm trying to find a good example that shows maybe the flight plan for Apollo. And one of the things that happened was a lot of flat earthers and moon hoaxes would reference a video from the Constellation program where they'd say, like, there's a NASA guy going, oh, in order to go to the moon again, we need to design a ship that could go through the Van Allen radiation belts. And basically, the flat earthers will edit that clip, put it out of context, and say, see? They need to build it because they never built it before. And it's like, that's not what the guy said. He didn't say we never built it before. He just said that to make this new spacecraft, it has to meet this requirement. And just because we've done it before doesn't make it any less of a challenge now. I mean, it makes it a little less challenging. We know it's attainable. We know that it can be done. The other problem is that in the old days, we had, like, different standards. So these days, we are a little bit less risk adverse, I guess you would say. So here we are. We have the solar wind, and that carries charged particles. It hits the Earth's magnetic field. And so you'll actually have these cool animations, like, from real satellites. Let me see if I can find one. You know, Earth solar wind. And if I can't find that one, looks like I can't find that one, but let's see here. All right, that's the whole entire thing, how the universe works. I don't really want to get into it. I was hoping to find, like, they have these really cool pictures. I mean, these are pretty cool, too. I mean, that looks pretty cool, right? You know, it's the sun doing its solar flare thing. So even the sun has magnetic fields, and a sunspot is usually like a depression in the outer layers of the sun where the magnetic field is really intense. And so when the plasma, which is electrically charged gas, jumps out, it'll actually follow that magnetic loop. And then if it comes out with enough intensity, it flies towards Earth and different particles make their way across. And this video is not demonstrating that in the way I want it to. So we're going to find another one. I was really hoping to find, like, the NASA video from the satellite that observes solar wind. It's sort of like this. Yeah, this sucks. But also, here's another thing. So, during the Apollo, and that's the Aurora Borealis, right? You got the Northern Lights. Now, these are kind of relevant, too, because, like, this is where the magnetic field is at its weakest. And so, some of those particles actually get into the atmosphere. And so, that's what you end up seeing. The Eskimos, the Inuit, believe that those are the spirits of dead people. Of course, we now know it's the solar particles, but I still wouldn't rule out spirits of dead people because sometimes, you know, you learn these weird things like, I don't know, like, actually, we haven't really got expanded on that frontier, but it would be funny if somehow the spirits of dead people go into that somehow, but it doesn't produce. Okay, now I'm making shit up. Now I'm going into my, let me take my pseudoscience hat off. There we go. I'm sorry for breaking into pseudoscience there for a minute, guys. But no, it is actually kind of fascinating. That's beautiful, though. So anyway, let's get back on topic and refocus our brains here. Yeah, those are YouTube emojis or emotes, but you, Lady Mist, pick them out. Therefore, they are yours, or something like that. So like America. We picked America out. It became ours. No, okay, I'm joking around a little bit. But that we went over the topic of indigenous peoples and, you know, how the New World was founded. We went over that on Columbus Day, so I'll spare you guys that topic today. But that was a fun time, a fun stream. I was glad to be able to share that. Oh, okay, so this is cool. This is one of those, I think, the Parker Solar Probe. And one thing I love about these images from the solar probes is you'll see like static on the image, like almost like the camera is being disrupted by like the intense radiation and particles. You can see Mercury as a white dot here. And you can see the Milky Way galaxy from the inside. And what we're going to do is we're going to do Parker Solar Probe live maybe. And oh yeah, this should be a lot of fun here. Okay, good. I think we're getting warmer now. So here's some solar footage here, and like, it's just like, it looks all insane. Like, it gets all this crazy interference on it, and that's some intense shit right there. The magnitudes of energy coming out of that. I want to find the like live solar probe footage like this. Okay, here we are. We're getting warmer. I think we're getting warmer. So usually when you see like a big solar probe come out, you'll get major interference on the, you know, on the image that's coming out of it. But let's see. I'm gonna just read the chat. JLM says, I think about that actually. And Lady Mist, by the way, I would always be happy to make you a mod if you ever want to be a mod. Only reason I never made you a mod is because I don't want you to feel responsible for being a mod. You know, like, it's got, you know, responsibility. Then you got to moderate people and shit, right? Although, me personally, when I moderate on other people's channels, I do take a very, you know, what do you call it, laissez-faire approach. And most of what I do is posting links. Oh, there we go. That's what I want to show you guys. I just think it's so freaking cool. Like when that goes off and like the camera is like wigging out. So it's like a heavily shielded camera, but whatever the fuck is coming off the sun here is like disrupting that camera. It's making that camera go a little insane. And on the older one, it would almost look like analog interference. Like if you had a maladjusted TV antenna, the image would get like fuzzy all around. But as JLM was saying, I think about that actually. Wouldn't be settling? Oh, I see. Wouldn't we? Wait. Oh, okay. I see what you said. Okay, I'll read that. I think about that actually. Wouldn't settling Mars require some sort of large magnetic field also, or not? So, great question. Let's touch upon that first. So yes, because Mars has neither a thick atmosphere nor a magnetic field. It is tectonically dead. Well, actually, it might not be tectonically dead, but it doesn't produce its own magnetic field of any meaningful strength. So the answer to that would be to be living underground. And that's sort of why I think Elon Musk was doing that work with the boring company where they make those tunnels. Even though, like, yeah, Elon was selling it by saying, oh, we're going to build tunnels under California so that you don't get stuck in traffic. I think the real truth of the matter is that he's getting investor money, right, from people who live in California, from the state of California, because the government loves wasting money. So Elon Musk is like, okay, I'll take your state money for this project that I may never finish for the state, because the state's going to waste the money anyway. But meanwhile, he's building a prototype. He's figuring out how to dig tunnels, and, he's got a company that's figuring out how to build tunnels so that when he's on Mars, he now has a company that he could bring to Mars to perform this particular duty. He's got like infrastructure, machines, or engineering know-how, basically brain trust, I guess you would call it. Cool. Okay, as long as you're happy, Lady Mist, I'm glad. So, basically, like, that's like the boring machine company. But then there's the other project that Elon Musk did where they build like these cars that work in tunnels. And the idea would be that these would be electric cars that were hermetically sealed, that carried their own air supply. And it's like, well, I guess that would be useful on Earth, because now you can build a little tunnel that doesn't need an air supply. Because, like, building like a battery tunnel in New York, when you drive gasoline vehicles and diesel vehicles in the battery tunnel, this thing, which they renamed it after some governor or mayor, but it's basically the battery tunnel. Basically, if you look at the battery, if you look at the water above the battery tunnel, in the middle there's an island, and on that island, and like basically this island has a ventilation system that sucks in air and pumps out the dirty air from the tunnel so that the vehicles, I don't know how much of these images are artificial or real at this point, but some of the ones that flickered looked really cool to me. This is basically real raw data though, or based on real raw data. So anyway, my brain, sorry, let me get my brain on track again. I'm sorry, guys. So basically, the battery tunnel needs this complex system. It needs to be maintained. The infrastructure needs to be maintained. It needs to be able to exchange air, because none of the vehicles going in the battery tunnel are able to, produce and store their own, clean air. So it might be convenient to build a tunnel on Earth that doesn't require an air handling system, sure, but it also, such a venture would definitely be helpful on Mars, right? Because like now when you're on Mars, the tunnel doesn't really have any atmosphere. I mean, you got porous rock. You can't pressurize an atmosphere inside a cave on a planet that doesn't have much of an atmosphere. But you have the gravity, you have your underground tunnel. And my point was that when you don't have a magnetic field, the answer is living underground. And of course, if you're living underground, you may want to drive from one location to another in the same city. And so that's going to be happening underground. So you might have like different sealed compartments in these underground caverns on Mars. But when you like leave the cavern, you might go through an airlock into a like pressurized vehicle that would then drive you to the unpressurized section, to the other area. Then we got Hyperloop. And Hyperloop is like, it isn't interesting, but it's interesting when you think of it in a different context. And I mean, I'm not trying to sound like one of those people who like, like who preys on the ground that Elon Musk walks on, but Hyperloop becomes a little more viable when you think about Mars in the context of Mars. And what I mean by that is like Hyperloop is a joke on Earth. Like it really is. Like, the idea is that, oh, we're going to build these pipes on Earth that go 10 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, right? And we're going to suck the air out of these pipes, and we're going to, move a train in there at like super high speeds. Theoretically, this kind of sounds cool, and there is potential down that path of logic, but there's a number of problems. For one, if this is the Hyperloop tunnel, and and it's like, let's say this is like much thinner, but it's like 10 miles long. I mean, really, I should be finding a straw or something lengthy like a straw, but we'll just have to use this. So imagine this, but much longer. And we're on Earth with a normal atmosphere, right? Like whatever the normal atmospheric pressure is, 14 pounds per square inch. And you evacuate all of the air in this thing. Okay, it can support that pressure, so you're fine. But what if something damages it? What if you have some metal fatigue from the vibration of the train car on the inside? That thing will rapidly get crushed like a soda can by Earth's own pressure, so it's not the safest thing. Secondly, having like this long tube with solar panels on the side of it, you know, next to it, that are used for powering this air evacuation system might sound like it works, but it actually takes considerably more energy than what those solar panels can provide. It also takes a considerable amount of time to evacuate the atmospheric pressure inside those hypertubes. But on Mars, you already have like a very low pressure environment. And so evacuating pressure from those tubes isn't going to have the same differential between the outside and the inside. So I think that would help to mitigate the risk. And even on Earth, I would say maybe you don't need to evacuate all of the air. You really can't make a perfect vacuum anyway. But me personally, I would say, like, what can we do with 50% atmospheric pressure? But once again, I really don't think Hyperloop is for Earth. It might be sold as an idea for use on Earth, but I suspect that it's really for Mars. On the other hand, you take that path of logic I'm using right now to say that, okay, the Boring Company and Hyperloop are really just being developed for use on Mars. These are just ingenious ways of using public sector funding or, you know, philanthropy money or whatever money they can get to fund the thing for Mars. Dude, this would make a sick background. Now, I think because these are made by NASA, I could actually use this footage as my background. I want to see if I can make this my green screen background in general, and then in the future I'll maybe make a downloaded version of this, because this is kind of cool. I need to copy this. And like, once again, my tax dollars paid for this footage, right? So I believe I should be, I don't mean to sound entitled, but I believe I should be entitled to this as a tax-paying, you know, person here. Sorry, I just had to take a good close look at my screen. And then now we're going to put this in a lower layer. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Tell me if this guys makes you, if this is good or bad. Like, does this trip you guys out? Is this something that people might be uncomfortable looking at? Because I feel like when we're talking about space stuff, that this is kind of cool. And I mean, this is my tax dollars at work right here, so I mean, why not, you know? There we go. Just move my little filter there. So real quick, I want to catch up with the chat because I think there's some intelligent things being said here. Yeah. Slim says, Lady Mist, we try and keep this stream as cool as we can, except when I have the sun behind me. That is getting very hot in here right now. Whew. Gonna dump some water on my head. Okay, anyway. Okay, corny jokes aside here. Usually JLM is responsible for the dad jokes, but I'm doing that right now. Anyway, getting back on topic here. Yeah, like the Boring Company would... Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read this part. JLM said, I was thinking maybe a huge geothermal project around Yellowstone may make things a bit safer, which the Boring Company would certainly assist with. I had a toy that ran things around a track using air. I think that was called hydro tubes. That's kind of cool. A toy to be sure, but interesting. I kind of like the drive-through paperwork thing at the bank drive-through. Oh yeah, that thing is pretty cool. They use those in hospitals too, and I don't know if they still use them in hospitals, but I know there's like a place in Europe where they collect lab samples, and they move the lab samples across the street using that type of tube technology, which is pretty cool. I gotta get more green tape this Friday. Anyway, if they could figure out the traffic into the tunnel in Vegas, if they, in Las Vegas, they could figure out the traffic in the tube, you might have something that works. Maybe make a slideshow. Okay, I'll think about it. But I gotta say, this is working. The way the lighting is working, this is not clashing too bad. Like, I can see some green matte lines around my fingers, but Interesting thing, you see how my fingers move closer? So you can actually see the color green between my fingers when I do that. Yeah, it's a little trick there. Anyway, so anyway, here's where taking that Mars logic and following it down a path too far. I remember a friend of mine suggested that Elon's choice to acquire or buy Twitter was because that would be the perfect communication system for interstellar communications. Like almost like you could send messages to people on Mars and vice versa through Twitter. But I mean, it sounds cool, and you know what? I'm willing to go along with it. Like I wasn't gonna argue with dude because he's a cool dude, and you know, I just felt like, well, you know, I don't know. It's not the hill to die on for me, but the reason why I you know, like I'm not crazy about the idea is because like you don't need to buy Twitter in order to have a communication system. I mean, like you set up a Mars colony. What you really need is Starlink, because that's, oh yeah, there we go, Starlink. There's another one right there. Like, yeah, they say that Starlink, the idea is they're going to use the subscription fees to help support the Mars operations. But I mean, like, I don't know, does that really make that much money? On the other hand, just by, you know, inventing and testing and doing the whole Starlink thing here on Earth now, they iron out the kinks. They figure out the pros and cons, what needs to be, you know, made better. And by the time we're going to Mars, they're bringing a bunch of, you know, little satellites. Even before we go to Mars, they'll probably be able to dump a bunch of Starlink satellites. And one interesting thing is that Starlink would probably be a really nice thing to have in orbit of the moon. I mean, with all these other projects going to the moon in the next like 5 to 10 years, like Elon should be plotting to set up like Starlink there, and you know, maybe like just setting up some kind of relay between Earth and the moon. But like that would certainly make commerce and all of that important stuff more practical on the moon, if you had Starlink satellite constellations in lunar orbit. But bottom line is, I think that ultimately that is going to be utilized on Mars. And the Twitter thing, I don't really see why Twitter is necessary for that. I think that was more like maybe Elon either being a philanthropist, trying to help the world out a little bit, or maybe Elon didn't appreciate being censored and he wanted to have control over one platform. I don't know what his real motive was. I think it's in general a better place. It's still, you know, a cesspool of a lot of people I don't like talking to, but there's also a lot of friendly faces there. And I don't think the censorship like is as nearly as heavy-handed as it once was, and not nearly as arbitrary. I mean, it's still kind of arbitrary. There is some arbitrary censorship on Twitter, but I think it's a better place than what it was. And it's certainly not the dystopian hellscape that people described it to be. I remember like a bunch of these like left-leaning people on CNN were like, oh, we should make some antitrust law because this is ridiculous. And it's like, oh, you're perfectly happy when your billionaire is controlling something, but the minute you're concerned that things aren't going to go your way, suddenly we need to fucking fix it, you know? And it's like that part I just kind of think was dumb. I can't see poop on the cell phone. Interesting. Well, luckily I don't have poop on the screen. I have the sun. Now, okay, interesting. Okay, so actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm going to take a look at it on my phone too. I want to see if this is blinding. See, that's good to know, actually. It's good to see, like, you know, like, test out the user experience on my end as well as your end. So, that's good to know, actually. And I have to hear my own voice if I keep the volume up, so I lower it. It looks really good to me, but, I mean, maybe I'm biased. I'm going to bump it up to 720p. It would start... I think that looks fucking beautiful. Like, how cool does that look? But if you, or is it depending on the, maybe the different pictures of the sun are brighter and dimmer? I don't know. This is some screenshot worthy BS right here. What if the clouds went away? Let's check the weather real quick. So anyway, while I do that, I'm gonna read the chat. So the chat says, The Rock says, know your role. No, wait. Sorry, I'm just, okay. I'm trolling. Uh-oh. I think the backyard computer got hot again. I think it literally turned itself off. Like, I think tomorrow I'm going to bring that computer inside and we're going to do a little more maintenance on it. We're going to figure out what it needs. Figure out what I need to order for the machine. You know, right now it's partly cloudy, so I would turn the machine back on, but I mean, as long as the microphysics say it's cloudy, I'm not gonna go crazy. And the microphysics definitely don't look very clear right now, as you can see. Solar system link, showers upon showers of tiny disposable communication satellites. So, yeah, now on the downside, like, does it disrupt astronomy? It kind of does, Starlink, but there are ways to deal with it. So let's say like I'm doing a long exposure and I get like a long streak in 1 out of 10 images and I'm taking 40 images. Sometimes I don't have to dump that image. So normally if I take a 5-minute exposure and there's a streak going through, I have to get rid of that image. But there is a processing technique called sigma clipping where it basically says, okay, here's this one anomaly, but the rest of the images look very similar. So it knows, ignore that anomaly because clearly it's not part of the normal image. So it doesn't have to dump the entire image in order to get rid of that anomaly, which is really cool. But there's these observatories in Chile and they were having some problems. And I mean, I get it. It's a multi-billion-dollar observatory and you're wasting, you know, a clear night because these Starlink satellites are getting in your view. But the problem is that whenever they show you those pictures of Starlink satellites ruining the, ruining the view, it's usually right after the satellite's been launched. So these Starlink satellites here, this was like basically within the first like week or two of the satellites being launched. And so when the Starlink satellites are launched, they're launched in what we call a satellite train. So it's like, imagine you got one, oh, this is invisible. Okay, you got 1, 2, 3, 4. The idea is that they're all close together when they get launched. But after Starlink satellites launch, they have little ion engines, which are pretty cool. They're basically electric propulsion units, right? I mean, they do have some kind of a reaction mass that they can expend, but it's pretty much like an electric engine. And the thing is that unlike a normal rocket motor that only runs for a few minutes, these ion engines could be left on for weeks on end. And in fact, that's what they do. They turn on the engines for like 3 weeks. And over the course of 3 weeks, they're increasing the speed, and increasing your speed also increases your orbital altitude. And the more you're doing that, the gap, let's say these satellites are currently like a half mile apart. As they go higher in orbit, they're going to spread out, spread out, spread out, spread out. And it comes to a point now where the satellites are both at a higher orbit so that they don't create as much of a reflection, and they're spaced further apart so that they don't come up at the same time in the same frame, you know, in the same tight image like we're seeing here. And that is why Starlink satellites after a few weeks are not prone to creating this type of issue. But of course, they can do things to, reduce the Starlink satellite reflectivity. And there was some, efforts to, either paint them with a darker material. But I think what helps is to see like a picture of how the Starlink satellites orbit the Earth. And essentially what it is that you got this like flat bottom and you got this solar panel. And so if you could just make it so that when, like, basically, I think they only reflect a lot of light during certain times of the day, like when the sun's at a certain angle. So if you could just maybe make it so that this solar panel is at a different angle at those particular times, that's one way you could help to reduce the reflection at its worst. But that's just let's get back on topic here. Hey, Poffy, I gotta go hang out with my turtles tomorrow. Maybe I'll bring them on stream. I keep saying that. I really want to do that. So instead of a Dyson sphere, we need a crap ton of satellites that we send to the sun. Dyson spheres, yeah. So actually, interestingly, SlimNim, that is a cheap option to the Dyson sphere. But not only that, that's a real concept. Because really, the Dyson sphere on its own is not workable. But Dyson Swarm, and there's a guy on YouTube named Isaac Arthur, and he does like kind of like what I do, but with more graphics. But essentially, like, that's more realistic. Because the problem with a real Dyson sphere is it would trap in way too much heat. You could never cover up an entire sun. So there's these times where people say, oh, look, there's this star that's either surrounded by dust or a Dyson sphere. But the problem is that you can't really hide a star of a Dyson sphere because that heat has to go somewhere. And you got to get rid of it. And if you don't, whatever's inside the Dyson sphere gets cooked, But that's like one you know, representation of it, which is cool, but obviously this would be more realistic, right? Having like swarms of smaller satellites like this, and you could have people living on each one. You could have solar panels on each one transmitting energy to different places, you know. And I do like the idea of some kind of swarm around the sun because, I mean, if you cover the entire moon or Earth in solar panels, we're still only on one side of the sun. But what about all of the light coming out of the top and the bottom and the back and the corner? What about that light? It's all going to waste. We should probably be collecting that light, is what I'm saying. So anyway, and especially with these people bitching about climate change, it's like, dude, that's one good reason. When people bitch about climate change and then in another breath they're saying, oh, this space stuff, we got to be doing things for our inner cities because space isn't helping the inner cities. And it's like, if you're going to bitch about climate change and the inner cities, well, you could help deal with both issues if even the climate thing is that big of an issue, which I don't even think it's a big deal, but let's just say it is a big deal. You know, this is one solution to that problem, like a genuine solution. And like, you're going to tell me that, oh, we need to spend $1 trillion on climate change. Well, shit, why not just spend $1 trillion on some space stations? I mean, I think it's money better spent. Whereas with the $1 trillion climate change money, it's usually money laundering, right? It's usually somebody's on the fucking take. But I'm sorry, I'm going on a soapbox. Let me get off my political soapbox. So, getting back to the chat, it's just tiny, hard to see, and I'm not wearing my glasses. Trolling, my boy. My butt is swollen rawhide. There's your dad joke. Ha! I thought the Starlinks were space Bic lighters made from orbital decay and atmospheric burning up. Not that I'm aware of. Now, you're talking about the Starlink, like, how they're made or the light that they produce? Because the light they produce is basically, yeah, it's mostly from the solar panel and from other parts of the satellite. Now, some parts of the satellite can be painted with dark paint, so that, you know, addresses that. It's the solar panel at very specific times or angles that poses the issue, I guess. But also, if it's happening at dusk, I'm not usually looking at stars over the horizon at dusk. You know, when I'm doing astrophotography, the ideal is to be looking directly overhead at a dark patch of sky. And Starlink satellites don't pose as much of an issue most of the time, except for maybe like after sunset and before sunrise. Odd, but meteorology classes get you into astrology classes. Astronomy. Astrology is, I don't want to say it's a pseudoscience, but it's sort of a pseudoscience. And it's okay if you do your astrology, you know, if, you know, anybody in present company is into that. But, you know, obviously astronomy is a little different because it covers different ground. There is some overlap, I guess, but especially historically speaking. But I digress. So anyway, getting back on topic, all this stuff putting on Earth kind of makes you, all this stuff being put on Earth kind of makes you wonder what's pointing away from Earth. The pale blue dot theory. But dad joke number 2. Oh, and I was also, the Bic lighters was your second dad joke. All right. Flew over my head. Someone's got to do it, I guess. Yeah, someone's got to do it. I mean, you know, especially if you got Lady Mist making the dad jokes, then we're really desperate for dad jokes, you know? So you got to keep on, you got to stay on top of that department. I mean, like many cheap satellites versus old school massive communication satellites. So that's very interesting you bring it up, JLM, because like, and I see Bic light is equal disposable. I see. Is it true? There are some massive, like, let me see here, massive Russian television satellite. I didn't watch the video about it yet, but there was a video about this massive satellite. And I always love looking at, like satellites on the ground level, you know, like how big they look to scale. This right here fits in the shuttle cargo bay. This is like, in fact, so this is an American spy satellite. What's hilarious about that looks like a KL1. What is that? But let's see here. So we got Hubble telescope KL1 space. I always forget the name of some of these American spy satellites, but they got different ones, and I think one of them is like called KL1. I wish I could remember the name of these damn things. But the Hubble Space Telescope, okay, recognize that right there, right? Like that's the Hubble. Solar panels, optical assembly. Now watch this next one. That's a American spy satellite, and apparently this website is not safe. I'm gonna go to it anyway. Oh yeah, that's not it. Okay, well that's not what I was looking for. All right, we're gonna have to rely on this tiny little image. But basically, notice how this looks like the Hubble a little bit, but they're not quite the same. And that's because the Hubble was a spy satellite. Originally, it was designed, it was a spy satellite. And basically, the space shuttle was trying to get, do missions for the Air Force. The idea was like, oh, we'll launch your spy satellites. So, and there's actually some very, there we go, KH-11 satellite. There we go. So now you'll see. So see, that's a KH-11 spy satellite. That looks like a fucking Hubble Space Telescope right there. And for a long time, it was semi-classified. But it's like these pictures definitely speak volumes. And that's pretty massive. There you go. You got a guy standing right next to the KH-11 right there. In fact, no, this is a Hubble Space Telescope. But it definitely originated as a KL-11 Space Telescope. I mean, Space Spy Satellite. I keep mixing them up myself. And I think at one point, there was this picture taken of an Iranian missile site. And like people were able to analyze the amount of detail. Like they could say, okay, this is a truck. The satellite that took this picture had to be a certain type. And so ultimately, based on like the details in this image, somebody was able to conclude it was a KL-11 satellite. But then they have newer spy satellites. So let's see here, triple mirror spy satellite. And I'm using the wrong name, but basically there's an American spy satellite that has like a series of mirrors in it called adaptive optics. Yeah, we're not gonna find that picture right now, but it is pretty cool to see like adaptive optics on a spy satellite or telescope. And let me see here. They got so many different versions of these. They got ones that use lasers, but what I want to show you guys is like the hexagon mirrors. So yeah, James Webb Space Telescope has that, but on ground-based telescopes, they have ones where the hexagon mirrors have like electronics that vibrate behind them. And the idea is that they're able to make the mirrors vibrate in such a way to basically eliminate the haze that would ruin the image. So this is without the vibrating mirrors or corrective optics or adaptive optics. And this is with the adaptive optics on. And you can see how we get like a much better detailed image in this one set of images right here. So anyway, let's see what we got here. Oh, that's actually a valid issue right there. It's a cheap option, the disposable satellites en masse. Problem is that if we want to leave, we got to get through the trash. So yeah, that's the issue. One thing that's interesting is that we shouldn't be deorbiting satellites. What we should be doing is putting satellites in the graveyard orbits. And as more companies get into doing the whole space thing, they should be focusing on collecting debris. Because, I mean, you could just use defunct satellites, use the metal from old defunct satellites that are out there now. And that metal alone could be useful for, toward the objective of getting minerals, getting metal, melting metal. That's what I mean. I'm sorry, my brain is a little mentally slow for the moment. So anyway, let's see what else we got. Yeah, exactly. You look up and how much crap is already orbiting Earth. It is crazy, Slim and him. And then I think we got another dad joke coming in. Spook 1, Spook 9999. I don't know. May as well give them obvious names. Yeah, right. I know what you're saying. Like just give this out instead of KH-11 or Hubble. Just call it, you know, for what it is. Spook 1. I get it. Yeah, he's like Spook Sat 1, Spook Sat 2, Spook Sat. I get it. I get it because the CIA is called spooks. And then let's see here. All weather satellites are spy satellites to some extent. So it depends because actually, it's very interesting because what was it called? The NOAA satellite. What was it? GOES. Help me out here. What's that black and white satellite? That not geostationary, but NOAA satellite. What is that shit called? I can't remember the name of it right now, but I guess we'll just go and look at this article on the history of NOAA satellites. Okay, we got the GOES. We got the ITOS, we got this, we got that. Let's go to modern day. Oh yeah, Discover. This is the satellite that takes that picture of the moon that people say is proof to Earth that NASA is fake. But anyway, that's not what I'm looking for here. What is that satellite called? The one. So okay, there's these satellites that they have that NOAA operates. What, like, let me see. Okay, satellite imagery. So there's actually this project where people download satellite imagery directly from the satellites, and they did it. I think they built their own receiver unit, and they got like these different examples here. So you get these like nerds, and they're literally like building the unit. I gotta find this now. They're taking like the raw data, they're isolating it, and then they're converting it into a signal, and then they get these black and white images, and it's like literally the satellite as it's going over the location, it's like transmitting like I think line by line of data streams, and it's almost like an analog signal that they're collecting and converting into a digital image. And these here like are pretty low resolution, but they're publicly available, and they could be used by, you know, weather people, meteorological people can tap into these data streams, and, you know, whatever weather organizations, whatever they call them, tap into this data. And there's different ways to tap it, but the general idea is that your goal isn't necessarily to get great detail. It's really just to like get like a semi-clean image of where the clouds are in your particular quadrant of the satellite, sky. And it looks like actually this is showing, so it's actually showing the image updating as the data stream comes in. You can see it's like moving up just ever so slowly. I'm going to up the speed on that a lot. Okay, now it goes into dark. And oh, here we got NOAA 18, NOAA 19. It shows you the approximate field of view, or where these satellites are like covering their footprint basically. And I think this is the image right over here that's being built up based on the data stream. So let's see what we get out of this. There we go. Oh yeah, and so it'll have like some bars on the side. I think that are used for calibrating the image maybe. But you see that they're getting some interference. It's not the most perfect signal. Oh, there we go. And there's the complete image. Oh, I think a truck drove by and messed up the guy's signal. But, you know, you get these little measurement bars, but you pretty much have what you're looking for. I think that might be the truck that drove by might have caused that strip of interference down there. And they just stitch it together. Unmitigated Doppler shift, sync and calibration. So I've been meaning to touch on it. So one, it's limited mentioned something before. Mass and inertia are not the same thing. But there was some point made about acceleration. So let's see here. Golden Eye was sort of real. Yeah, I would say so. But a receiver only, not a weapon. Yeah, so, I mean, it is there may be some top secret stuff up there. I mean, look, there's some progress in directed energy weapons, but I do think the atmosphere does have a mitigating effect on how much damage a directed energy weapon can really deal on the ground level, but I wouldn't rule anything out necessarily. You know, there's some potential in many areas in that realm of technology. Derby, what about them, the milk and the eggs? The Ark, religious dad joke, gotta count for at least 2 jokes. All right, yeah, that does count as 2. The Sentinel, I should cook some food. What, at like 2 a.m.? No, I'm kidding. I think you do. I remember you, like a while back, you were saying that you get up at like, I remember you get up really early in the morning to, you know, drive a client somewhere. Get some pancakes in you, JLM. No milk in the house, but pancakes sound great. So don't use milk. Get some whey protein concentrate, you know, and make some pancakes that taste like dust instead. They'll be healthier too. In fact, I'm about to do a taste test. These are protein chocolate rainbow drops, and I don't trust them as far as I can spit. That's probably not the best, but they say they got whey protein, and it says snack way better. And what I like to do is I like to buy snacks that taste like crap sometimes, just to see if maybe I can find something that's actually good. So these are actually very interesting because they look like the snow caps. I mean, that's a snow cap right there. In fact, let's turn on my light, because this is why I bought a light. So it tastes like chocolate. You know, it's a little bit drier. The candy on the outside, it tastes like sugary material. The milk chocolate has a very milkiness to it, I gotta say. I feel like I should be recording this, but I'll have to just go and pull it from the replay since I wasn't recording. And according to the packaging, it says that this entire package is 1 serving. It contains 280 calories. So in other words, it's not really the most, you know, it does have the protein, but this is not like a keto snack at all. And that is evidenced by not only the 280 calories for this entire pack, but the 13 grams of sugar that we'll be dealing with here. And it says that, yeah, it's got 13 grams of added sugar and 13 grams of protein. So if anything, I would say this would probably be a really good pre-workout. Like, this is something that I would eat before, during a bike ride, because the protein on its own you could have after a bike ride in order to help with muscle recovery. But the sugar, you wouldn't want to eat sugar during your recovery period. That would sort of defeat the purpose of, you know, exercising, right? But before even a regular workout, lifting weights or cardio, riding a bike, which riding a bike is cardio, but it does also put some pressure on the muscles. It does, you know, do some strength training. Well, basically, this is something I would probably eat before a bike ride. Is then that would, at least the sugar would provide my body with some kind of carbohydrate or, you know, some energy that it can immediately use, you know? So I can't believe we just did a snack review. But we just did a snack review, my friends. That's a great topic right there. So, yeah, ooh to the whey protein pancakes. That's what Mickey D's is for in regard to when you don't have milk in the house. Yeah. And JLM asked me an interesting question. The question I'm being asked in the chat is, are you embracing eating the bugs, Ronnie? And, well, the truth is that I do use cricket flour in everything now because money's getting tight around here in New York. The inflation is killing us. But now, jokes aside, I am not embracing zip bugs. Actually, wait, correction. I do embrace eating zip bugs. I had shrimp with my sushi the other day, right? Shrimp are basically bugs. They look like bugs. They're bugs of the ocean. They're bottom feeders. I mean, any shellfish. I have a friend, he doesn't like seafood, but he especially does not like shellfish because, in a way, if you look at like oysters or clams, I mean, they eat sand they eat calcium, they eat garbage, and they turn it into their shell. So I find it fascinating in a way that they could turn their surrounding environment into, you know, a calcified shell. But like I remember reading a book about World War II diesel submarines, and the Americans that went to Australia were given like a sort of stipend, like, you know, okay, while you're on shore leave and while the submarine's being refitted, you go on vacation, you stay at some house with your, you know, crewmates, right? And they'd go to a restaurant, and the restaurant would basically say like, the government would give you like, let's say, $8 for your meal. I'm making up a number here. Let's just say $8. I don't know what the real number was. And for $8, you know, you get your, you know, they cover your meal. And at the restaurant, they'd say like, okay, for your $8 voucher, you can either order, you know, spaghetti and steak, and you get maybe like the small portion. But then for the same $8, you know, voucher, you get like 15 oysters or whatever. So you're getting like a really good value for your money, and the oysters taste good. So you're like, okay, I'll get the oysters, right? So in the book, they're leaving the harbor from Australia, and you know, you get a harbor pilot, a person who is experienced at driving boats and submarines through that particular channel of water. They know the obstacles. They know where there's going to be a sandbar, so they can basically prevent the submarine from crashing into something on the way out, right? And on the way out, they see this thing, and they see a bunch of the edge of this pile of rocks, like the edge of the coast, and they're like, "Oh, what is that?" It's like, "Oh, that's a sewage outlet over there." You know, he's like, "What are those people doing swimming in the sewage outlet?" And the Australian pilot is like, you know, harbor pilot is like, "Oh, that's where they get the oysters that you guys ate last night." And so basically the point was that, yeah, these oysters are hanging out in the sewage outlet. They're eating like literal crap. And I mean, in a way, some people don't like the way that oysters or, you know, shellfish smells or tastes. But when it's fresh, it's not bad. But they do have a very distinct taste. And I think part of that is a function of how their metabolism is dealing with, you know, the type of things that they consume. And I guess that's what I wanted to share from that book. But moving along here, way better. Yeah, that's a good dad joke, actually. Dad joke advertising. Yep, that would be a good dad joke advertisement slogan. Between slang, jokes, sarcasm, soon all human language will be destroyed. In a way, yeah, but like, I mean, well, one thing I hate is when like someone like me gets like all get off my lawn about language, and then people will be like, "Oh, language is supposed to evolve, blah 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 blah," and it's like I kind of get it, but I also think that I do appreciate this certain static elements we have in language. Like I love that I could read something written by somebody in 1840 and still comprehend it, you know? Like that's fucking fantastic. And I just hope we don't go like way too off when it comes to like, you know, like being able to be understood by people 200 years from now. Hey, what up, David Glenn? Good to see you. I remember you had an interesting question for me. Let's see here. But if you need to DM me, let me know. I could drop you that information if you prefer to go that route. So I don't know what to think about. I don't know what the F to think about. Wait, actually, where was I? When my cat got fleas, JLM, I thought eating the fleas in retribution seemed fair. Yeah. If the cat's eating the fleas, that makes sense. If you're eating the fleas, I mean... Look, I mean, some people like bugs. I don't mind people eating bugs. I have a problem with fucking rich people telling me that I gotta stop eating, you know, meat because of climate change, and then they're telling me to eat bugs while their asses continue to eat fucking steak. That pisses me off to no end, you know? And I'd rather see the earth ruined before I fucking, you know, take a haircut while rich people don't. But the reality is I don't think the earth would be ruined if we continue to live the way we are. I mean, sure, there's certain things that are probably less good for the earth than others, but in general, I don't think it means the utter end of the world. Oysters don't have that much meat. That is true. And another thing is that now there's an app you can get that tells you if there's bugs. You can scan the barcode on the, you know, on the, whatchamacallit, the food label, and it'll tell you if it contains bugs. But I love how some people act like it's some big revelation, like, oh man, I'm not gonna get this because it's got bugs in it. But it's like M&M's always had bugs in them. M&M's have that red food coloring, and apparently the food coloring, it comes from like bugs or beetles, and it's called shellac. And I mean, food coloring is one thing now. Look, if you have food allergies that you didn't that are being triggered by the presence of bugs, and lately you're eating something that was changed, that the formulation was changed, the ingredients were altered. Okay, then yeah, maybe don't eat that product. I get that, but when using the "Are there bugs in my food" app, I think there's a distinction to be drawn between, like, you know, food coloring and cricket flour, and that's where I draw the line. Like where, like, you're making cookies and they now have a type of flour that's made from cricket meal or crickets in general, and one angle it contains some protein, so it's like, okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Protein cookies, protein brownies, sort of like when you put whey protein in a brownie. But you know, I don't want to eat crickets. I just don't. Get the fuck out of here. You know, especially like if it's being stuck in there. That's another issue. And it's funny. I remember last Christmas, my cousins had a Hannity on, and Hannity's fat ass was eating a fucking cricket brownie. And at the time, he's not really fat. He's actually kind of fit. But anyway, he does martial arts. But anyway, this fat fuck is eating cricket brownie, and he's playing dumb. He's saying that, oh, they just left it on my news desk, and I just came back from the break. And I see this, this fucking brownie. I start eating it, and it was after he started eating it that allegedly that's when they told him it was a cricket. And he's like, "Oh, it's pretty good." And maybe that's true, or maybe that's just an act. But either way, I don't know. Like Fox News is, you know, puts itself out there as this, like, you know, network of conservatism and freedom and all of that, and yet they're promoting the cricket food, you know. And I wish they would at least sell it from a different angle. Like, yeah, we agree this is disgusting, but it doesn't taste bad. But I don't know. I felt like they were almost trying to normalize it. And so that's why I didn't appreciate that. Slimnim says, but kids can't do that now, Ron. Kids now can hardly read literature, let alone tell time. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't even read cursive from 1840. Like, when I was like, let's see here, like a note from expedition. Oh, I learned some new facts about the Franklin expedition. I might have to like make a organized long form video about the doomed Franklin expedition, because it's just, I don't know, I find it super duper fascinating. So I wonder if I can get a high resolution quality image of this, because I don't want this low res image. Oh yeah, there we go. It's gonna be high res right there. So I think one of these was restored, because this is like an original document, right? And it's got like dark spots, and this one looks like it's been semi-restored. So basically, this was found in a cairn. A cairn. Not Karen, a cairn. C-A-I-R-N. It sounds like Karen, but it's not. And it's basically a pile of rocks used as a landmark, so that when you go on an exploratory mission back in the 1840s, let's say, other Royal Navy ships would see this pile of rocks, and they'd go to it, and they'd say, okay, there's a metal cannon here containing messages. And this piece of paper would have like 6 languages or 5 languages, basically saying, if you find this, forward it to the Secretary of Admiralty in London with a note of the time and date when you found this document, and or deliver it to the British consul at your nearest port. And it just says basically the ship, Her Majesty's ships, the Erebus, which is like the gates of hell, and Terror, which was a ship that was used as a that bombed Fort McHenry actually during the War of 1812, but was later used for exploration because it was a heavily reinforced hull. On the 28th May of 1847, which might have been an error. This might have been 1846. Captain Sir John, why can't I remember his name all of a sudden? Franklin. That's literally the name of the expedition, the Franklin expedition. And it says the longitude and latitude. It says wintered in the ice in latitudes 70 degrees north, 70.5 degrees, 78.5 degrees north, longitude 98.23 degrees west. So that would be like, let's get a location there. Franklin expedition map. And I actually saw a cool map where it was actually like properly done. It wasn't on the Mercator projection, because, you know, Mercator projection maps sometimes can, you know, distort things a little bit. But we're gonna find a map. So couple ways to look at this. it was in the area north of Canada over here. They're trying to find a shortcut to the ice in the Northwest Passage. And this is another angle here. Do I have Google Earth? Oh, I do have Google Earth. Good. Okay, I can actually pull that up. And over here, and let's get a closer look here. So basically, they found this map, I think, on King William Island, was it? So they had like a note left here. There's the ship frozen in the ice, or about to get frozen in the ice. Let's see if we can find where the message is. Cornwallis Island, they flew around there. King William Island, I think that's where the message was. Final location of Terra and Erebus, and these were the intended route they were supposed to go before they got stuck. So somewhere on King William Island, they like left a message in a pile of stones, and in 1846 or 47, it said basically all is well. And I should really find a transcript to this because I can't fucking read that. Yeah, okay, so that's the point. I'm sorry. Get back to the point was being able to read this shit. Having wintered in 1846 at Beechey Island at this latitude, north blah 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 west, after having ascended Wellington Channel to latitude blah 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 and yummy. I see the word yummy there. I don't know what that says, but I see the word yummy. By the west side of Cornwallis Island. So basically they're saying that, what did he say in so many words? So they wintered in 1847 after wintering in 1846 at Beechey Island. So I think they stopped by Beechey Island and then they stopped somewhere else at a different latitude later on, because you actually got two different latitudes here. Oh no, it's the same latitude. Okay. But anyway, all is well. Somewhere in here it says, anyway, it says, look, Sir John Franklin at the expedition. I think that's what it says. Sir John Franklin commanding the expedition. All well, right? You got that part so far? Great. So now on the bottom here, they took the note, relocated it to a different message cairn a year later. And basically in this note, all is not well. Within a month of writing the original note, the captain died. So the guy in charge of the expedition is, replaced by his second in command. Also, the guy's starting to come down with scurvy, so his handwriting might not be quite as good as it was before. And it was written by Captain James Fitzjames. And I'm going to have to get the transcript to this because I can't fucking read that. So yeah, the first message basically says there was an error about the date on Beechey Island written in the field under duress, and it was written in the field under duress, and from memory, its dating discrepancy was noted when it was discovered and is mentioned in the Syriacs. What the hell is that? And many other books and articles in blah, blah, blah. Okay. Second message. April 28th, 1848. HMS ships Terra and Erebus were deserted on the 22nd of April, 5 leagues northwest of the location. So 22nd of April, 1848. And yet, about a year earlier, all is well. So it's kind of funny how, like, all is well was a year earlier. So I don't know. My point was that I can't read that fucking cursive. That was my point. And, you're talking about this whole thing about language and shit. Hey, what up there, Spock? Good to see you. Yeah, we went off the rails here, man. The weather got the best of me, and I think the computer in my backyard overheated again. And, yeah, I'll bring it in for maintenance tomorrow since it'll be cloudy, and figure out what I can do to, like, make it not overheat. I have a feeling, Spock, that this effing motherboard has a feature that automatically overclocks it, and I gotta once and for all disable that gosh darn setting, because I really don't like having a fucking motherboard, part of my French, that tries to overclock itself. That's just not cool. Especially because like I prefer the longevity of a computer that is not overclocked. Not to mention if the damn thing's overheating while it's outside and it's fucking cold outside, that's insane. Like, how overheated does the computer need to be that it's gonna overheat when it's outside in the cold? Like, that's insane. No, I did not catch any aliens, to answer your question, Spock. But we did get this cool background before. I mean, I lost it now, but it was super cool. I had the sun in the background before. I better retrieve that video for future use. So anyway, let's keep here. So yeah, a kid hardly would have a clue today, right, about language. But me, I can't even read this cursive. So I guess my question to you, JLM and SlimNim, is what does that say about me right now? Like my inability to read this note. Where the hell did I can't even find the note now. I lost the note that I was showing you guys. Let's clean up my tabs. I got way too many tabs. Way too many tabs open right now. Oh, I see. Yeah, I can't read the cursive on this note here. Or at least I can't read the cursive on the edge. Maybe I gotta download the image and then rotate the image and then maybe I could do it. Let's see if that helps. I saw a picture of my friend in the background of a picture of somebody else on social media. I gotta show that to my friend and see if like that's him. But okay, let me see how if I can rotate this. Now that's a refresh button. All right. Party consisting of 2 officers and 6 men. Surfer here on Monday, 24 the May, 1847. Francis Crozier. I think that's Crozier, I don't know. Shit, cat, chat, I, des, va. Oh, yeah. That's, I think that's like Chief DeVoe. That's DeVoe. Des, D-E, DeVoe. But I only know that because I'm obsessed with this topic, so I already know the guy's name. But otherwise, I wouldn't know who the fuck DeVoe was, and I wouldn't be able to read that. And down here in the guy's palsied handwriting after getting scurvy, probably. Like, not even kidding. Bin Hewitt by Sir James Proto in 1831. Oh, no, wait. James Ross, I think that says. Because basically what they did was they used the message kern that was left by Admiral or Sir James Ross, like, literally, like, 15 years earlier. When it, how been, see, I can't read that. The deposited, been deposited. Sir James Rip Van Winkle has second to this hostility, which Sir John Franklin died on the 11th of June. Actually, I can read that, yeah. So this is where it tells you that John Franklin died on 11th of June, like a month after writing the original message. And the total of 6 by the titter in this something by something James Fitzjames, Captain HMS Erebus, because Captain Crozier was in charge of the Terror and Fitzjames was in charge of the other ship. Yeah, so about that, they were putting lime in the rum. The problem was, and there's a couple of really good books written about the Franklin expedition, but basically the problem was, back then they did use lemon juice. So let's see here, Franklin expedition lemon juice. But the lemon juice lost its like anti-scurvy properties, or the vitamin C like basically disappeared within a year. They had 9,300 pounds of lemon juice on the fucking boat, and it was not enough to like help, because by like the time like within a year it was already not effective, but by 3 years in it's like they're running, after 3 years or 5 years, they're running out of this lemon juice, and it's already not doing the trick, you know? And when they look at the bones, we know that they had scurvy. We see evidence. At one point, the canned food was left behind as like a little cross. This is actual canned food from 1845. It's very early canned food technology at the time. But they basically had to like drag boats on sleds, like you see in this painting right here. And the guys are basically keeling over and dying because it sucks. When you already have scurvy and you're trying to drag a boat. Okay, I don't know why this website has a bunch of pictures I don't want, but okay. But yeah, you get the idea. It sucked to be them, and I don't mean that as a joke, but it did. It really did. Like, these guys are already starving, and they're trying to drag these boats across the water. We found some really good artifacts, including some preserved meat, apparently, from the canned food, I believe. See, I want to see... There we go. I want to see a high-resolution copy of that picture. I don't want to learn about it. I just want to see the picture, damn it. And, like, so they would either put the boats on sleds and the men would drag them, but they succumbed to hypothermia and stuff, you know, and the intent was to bring it to a river. No doubt, Lady Mist. I hope I didn't keep you up too late. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm probably going to wrap it up soon, too. Anyway, I should, but I don't want to keep everyone else up. But, you have a good day at work tomorrow or wherever you're going, whatever you're doing. And, you know, have pleasant dreams and a good sleep. And so, yeah, everyone say goodnight to Lady Mist. And, let's see here. Yeah, David Glenn, what was that thing you were talking about the other day? Let me know. I remember you were mentioning something interesting. Oh, wait, real quick. You got something interesting to say, too, about this topic. I'm going to read your message over there, too. Oh, thank you, Slim Dim. You got about halfway through the note without much trouble. Today, kids would have no clue. Plus, that cursive was done really fast. Yeah. Can you put the outdoors computer in a power saving mode? It may help with the overheating. Yeah, but the thing is that, like, I don't think that's what's happening with the... So, he's like, that computer never overheated before. And actually, the only time it overheated was the first time I built that computer. And it went into overclocking mode for like a minute. And the thing gave me a black screen. And the CPU heatsink, even with the fan on, it got crazy hot. And I basically like reset the BIOS. And everything was okay after that. And it never became an issue again. But I was also very deliberate about never using the stupid overclock feature. And the one time I hit the button by accident, I backed out of it like right away. But this time it's being a little more stubborn, but I'm going to work on that. It's like, it's not a matter of being in power saving mode, it's just a matter of like not allowing the stupid automatic overclock feature to run. Now, luckily it doesn't go on fire or anything, it just turns itself off. But we are going to give that computer special attention. I'm just glad I made as much progress with that computer as I did today. I had to buy a Windows 10 product key for $10 as well. Now, I don't know if it'll last me. My friend bought a $3 Windows 10 product key that only lasted him a year. But I think the $10 key might last me longer. The thing was that I had a Windows 8.1 activation key. I wasn't going to try to migrate a Windows 8 OEM, a Windows 10 OEM activation from another computer, although that might be an option. But the Windows 8 key, it used to be possible to go from Windows 8 to Windows 10 for free. But Microsoft took away that upgrade path like relatively recently. And in a way, I feel like Microsoft was penalizing me because all the time I was running Windows 8.1, they kept trying to shove the fucking update down my throat. They were like, oh yeah, you want to do Windows 10? You want Windows 10? Like, get the fuck out of my face. And I had Windows 10 on my other computer. It's just that that computer, I did not want to put Windows 10 on it for a very specific reason. And it was very important that I had Windows 8 on that machine for the Windows Media Center feature. Like, it was really critical at the time. And a lot of people were accidentally downloading Windows 10 because what it would do is it'd give them like a half hour. It would say, click no within 28 minutes or the update will run automatically. And it's like, well, if you're only given 28 minutes to say no at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's probably going to run the automatic installation of Windows 10. And although you could theoretically downgrade, sometimes that can get a little sloppy. And once 30 days goes by, you definitely can't downgrade. So I always made sure I was very on top of refusing that update. And, you know, I made sure, like, to really be ahead of it, you know? But unfortunately, like now, I genuinely want to use my Windows 8 activation to get the, you know, upgrade I thought I was entitled to. And they're basically like, fuck you. So I'm like, oh yeah, Microsoft, I'm not paying $140. Fuck you, Microsoft. And I go to some shithole website, take a risk of spending $10 with some disreputable site, and I think it's gonna work out. But my point is that I got all that software stuff solved. At this point, I only have to focus on the overheating, preventing the automatic overclocking, and you know, just optimizing it a bit. But I mean, in general, that machine was running like a charm. Like once I fix that issue and I got a clear night, all I got to do then is figure out the USB issue I was having with the motorized focuser, because I don't want to have to go outside every time the computer reboots. That was a weird thing. When the machine rebooted, I had to go outside and reset the motorized focuser by hand. I never really had that problem with the laptop. It happened once in a blue moon, but it wasn't a regular thing. But between two desktops, I've had that problem on two desktops back to back. So I got to find a solution to that. I have a couple of ideas. One thing is that I don't need to hook that motorized focuser up to a USB 3.0 hub. I only hook it up to a USB 3.0 hub because it's hooked up to the telescope mount. And I'm sure I can find an example of what I'm talking about here. And I didn't even read David's message yet. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I was looking for the folder where I had my CCTV footage stored. Word, oh yeah, here, Captain Van Winkle, right? Ain't that funny? Oh, you used the words to wave. Okay, anyway. Word to the wise. If you have an MSI motherboard, never put the fast boot mode on. It requires either a PS2 keyboard to get back into BIOS or pulling the battery. Oh my god! David Glenn, you answered one of the problems I was having. Thank you. So, I have multiple MSI motherboards, including this one here. And usually I'll disable the boot logo because I don't want to see the MSI logo. I want to see like that informational crap. I don't mind using a fast boot. And actually, sometimes I have access to a PS2 keyboard. Sometimes I actually do have. I was going to put a PS2 keyboard on this desk, but I ended up putting DOS keyboard up here. In fact, I either use a USB keyboard downstairs or a IBM Model M keyboard. But yeah, I got an IBM Model M keyboard with buckle springs in it. I can use. So anyway, I was unable to remember the name of those amber-colored flex ribbon power cables, and I was looking for a source for purchase, but found out the one I was working on was proprietary. Ah, and you know, oh, you know what I bought? Oh shit, I hope I didn't misplace it. Hopefully it's still in my China closet. It's called an eye patch, but what it is, it's a replacement flex cable. It's a pair of replacement flex cables for the Virtual Boy. So I can actually fix my Virtual Boy now. And it was like really cheap to get them. But what I find interesting is that flex cables are made in a similar manner to printed circuit boards. Except that flex cables are made out of a Mylar film. So imagine a Mylar film with copper foil bonded to the surface. At that point, it's like using photo etching chemicals to get rid of the excess copper and to create the lines and traces you want. And so, in theory, that methodology could be used for making custom flex cables. But of course, as a DIY thing, is a little bit trickier. But just something I thought was interesting. Exactly. Microsoft makes you have no choice but to use them, Slimnim says, for something in your day. Even little tiny old people who don't want to touch computers at all still have to interact with Microsoft. JLM, switch to Linux. David Glenn, I love Linux. Take your time. Let's go from Cadillac to Ford Pinto. Which one's the Ford Pinto? JLM, maybe put another network card in and set up the network service boot. well, what I needed on a network card? I mean, are you talking about like being able to boot the computer remotely or something? Because so actually, okay, so there's two things about that. So I've used Wake on LAN to great effect before, but that's only when I'm actually trying to save power. And I think ultimately it wouldn't hurt to have a Wake on LAN set up for a backyard computer, because it's one thing to have a laptop in your backyard running 24/7. But a desktop computer, especially an older AMD one, it might not be a bad idea to have the ability to shut that off and on. If the USB ports could stay awake when it's in sleep mode, that would be the ideal. If it caused a lot of disruptions, I would need to have a way to remotely reset the USB hub, and I have a couple ideas towards that end. But one of them would be a expenditure, the other would be more like a hack. Now, one thing I could do with that machine now, I did back up the Windows 8 installation using Acronis. So I have a proper backup with the master boot record and everything, right? And the reason I generated that backup is because at some point I may very well install Proxmox on that Windows, on that 8-core desktop in the backyard. Proxmox is what I run on my server. Have any of you guys ever used Proxmox? Well, I'll show you what it looks like. I'll show you a little bit about Proxmox real quick. So, basically, Proxmox is it's like a operating system virtual environment thing. Oh, I see. I'm in full screen mode. So if I go into here, I do PVE01 or proxy.ron. Did my internet history get wiped out? Oh, here we are. So I log into this page here, and this is Proxmox, and it basically runs on my HP DL380 server, and I have a number of Linux containers, including, say, MB. And this MB, instance of MB, yeah, I can access it to the console, but generally I wouldn't need to access it directly through here because I can just SSH in using, you know, an SSH program, a client, and why is the console not waking up? Oh, there we go. So I could do that. I could log in here, right here. I don't even know if that password is the right password. But usually you wouldn't, this you might do some quick admin task, but generally I wouldn't do it through here. But what we have here is we have NVIDIA SMI. So basically what I do is this virtual machine, I'm sorry, this Linux container, which is not a virtual machine, runs MB. And MB is a media server application. So if I type in, let me make sure I got the right spelling. Yeah, I type in this URL. I can log into my instance of MB. And then I got TV shows, or I got my Star Trek, or I got my anime. I got my Mobile Suit Gundam collection right here, which TV shows, you can automatically categorize them properly. Anime, it gets a little muddy, so I usually tell it to show me the folders, and I just name the folders manually. I still got to do some proper, you know, labeling, but it basically works, you know. And then if I go back, I go to regular anime, and same thing here, basically. Legend of the Galactic Heroes, which I just bought season 1 on Blu-ray. I still got to finish adding subtitles to the season 1. But my point is that what's cool about this is, let's say I play a movie that is in a format that, you know, is not going to play on my computer. Let's say I play this episode. Let's say I'm streaming it to my phone. And I want to lower the quality to make it more bandwidth efficient. All I do is I click on this. And instead of it doing like the real-time original quality, I can say, make it shitty quality. And when I do this, now it shows my GPU is running at, let's see, the fan is only at 66%, but now we're using up some video RAM. Well, using a very small amount of video RAM, I can update that automatically. Instead of using like no electricity, actually it's using less electricity than it was a minute ago, but let's see, 3%. So we're going from like 0% to 3%. So the idea is that I can run multiple video streams at the same time, and this will transcode it in real time. So if I'm streaming it to my phone over a slow cellular connection, this is basically telling it to re-encode the video in real time while I'm streaming it. And it uses the video card in the server to do it, but it's doing it in a container. And the reason I use Linux containers through Proxmox is because Now I don't have to make changes to my whole operating system. So let's say I have to update MB, and one of the updates requires some dependency. Now, if let's say I was only running Linux and I install that dependency, and it breaks something else, I might have to reinstall my whole fucking operating system. But now if I fuck something up in a container, one, I maintain backups for every container. In fact, it's literally a feature in Proxmox to maintain oh, where's the backup? Let's make a new backup. But secondly, I got some virtual machines in here too. So my plan is to put Windows 8 into a virtual machine. And so down here, we have a Windows Server 2K19 virtual machine, which I can access to no VNC. But what we would really do, the better thing to do is to access it through Guacamole. So what I would do is I would type in remote dot, in fact, I would do proxy dot, enter this proxy application, which is running on another Linux container. I have a remote thingamajig here called Guacamole. Here it is. And I log into it using single sign-on. And then if the virtual machine was running, it would show up here, which, is it running? I don't think it is running. I guess it's not running. That's weird. Okay, whatever. I'll play with that later. I'm sorry for getting... So, thing about Linux containers are weird because, like, everything on a Unix system has a process ID, right? Like on Windows, you have like the PID, process ID. But in Linux, the way the containers work is, let's say every application is... I'm sorry, let me just get my brain back on track. I gotta click on this. Let's say every application has a process ID of 0 to 1000. What the LXCs do is they basically like put things like this container here is occupying process IDs 54,000 to whatever. So whereas on my root system, on the main system, we have PID 1, PID 800, but then some of these container instances automatically start at like process ID 10,000, and they even have these weird usernames like username 10,000, but they're mapped to real usernames. And basically this is how like Linux containers sort of resemble virtual machines, but really they're just using resources on the host system, and they're just separated from other processes, so the operating system doesn't get confused by it. It's very interesting. I'm not explaining it right, but Linux is a beautiful thing for like this reason. And so what I want to do is use Proxmox on that backyard computer, and it would become part of a cluster. So this would be machine 1, that would be machine 2. And what's really cool is when I turn off my server, I have a program here that allows me to configure my Wi-Fi. I have my CCTV surveillance camera thing right here. In fact, I have a copy of the surveillance camera thing that runs in the Windows Server instance as well, which I should definitely find out why that wasn't working just now. And Home Assistant, which helps me with control light switches, and home automation. I got to do more work on that. Why is this running? I don't usually use this container. Anyway, this container I use when I want to run random applications. This is the thing that handles the single sign-on. But my point is that if, let's say, my server is being taken down for maintenance, if I run Proxmox on the backyard computer, this application could be handed over to the backyard computer, like pretty much seamlessly. Same thing with WireGuard. WireGuard allows me to bypass the corporate firewall when I'm in a place behind a firewall, like work. When I'm at work, it basically forwards my traffic to my home IP address. And this, if my server was off, this wouldn't work. But if I had this copy of this very container running on the backyard computer, it could hand it over to that. So anyway, I got some ideas in that realm where I may put Linux on the backyard computer. I may just run Linux natively on that computer without Proxmox and still set up the astronomy software. Now, one thing is that at this point, I have a pretty mature understanding of what programs are required, what drivers are required. Whereas in the past, I only had like an incomplete understanding. So now, using the information I use for setting up on Windows, I think I'm better equipped for setting up the astronomy stuff on Linux. And so what I would probably do is start with a dual boot. It may not even be on the same drive. I might just install a second SSD and just boot off of that. Maybe add it to the bootloader for convenience, but not necessarily. I don't necessarily have to add it to the bootloader. I can just manually press F11 to switch drives. But there's different ways I can go about doing that if I really didn't want to lose my, current config, but I wanted to get ready to transition. And in a situation where I'm running Windows and Linux and I have Linux in a virtual machine, I would put a network adapter. Yeah, there would be a dedicated network adapter for the virtual machine. That's my point. I went off topic there, but yeah, the bottom line is that I would give that Windows virtual machine its own network adapter. That is my point. So let's see what else we got in the chat here. Yeah, some people apparently like the Ford Pinto, except for the boom. Meh, cars then were pretty unsafe as a whole. Like the Convair could have been made more safer with rear anti-sway bar. BRB. There's no more jargon in computing spaces. I instantly feel... Oh. There's so much jargon in computing spaces. I instantly feel stupid. One. Two. One, stupid. Two, some marketer is selling me some overpriced pie in the sky thing. Yes! Absolutely. I mean... And this goddamn cloud computing. We had this conversation last week about the concept of serverless computing. It's not like serverless, it's just somebody else's computer. Or it's not in the cloud, it's just somebody else's computer, right? Something like that. XBMC, I thought that was an orphaned software. No, that's not XBMC, that's MB. MB's, I'm not going to say it's better. XBMC has its uses. So, okay. I have XBMC on my Xbox. I literally have XBMC on my Xbox, right? Except they renamed it XBMC for Xbox in order to differentiate XBMC from Kodi. XBMC became Kodi, and whereas I used to use XBMC where I would have files stored on a local network shared folder or something like that, like a Samba share or a NAS, whatever, any number of methods in NFS. And I would basically use the XBMC app on my Xbox to stream movies over the network. When I first got XBMC, I stored the movies on the Xbox hard drive, and then instead of FTPing them to the Xbox hard drive, I figured out you could do it over the network. It's like, oh, it's even better. And then by the time other people got into using Kodi, which is what it became, they were using it to like stream, things like pay-per-views through like, I guess, real-time streaming protocol or something like that. Or they would use torrents. They would stream movies from torrents. So it would use a torrent to download parts of the movie, but you would essentially be like using a torrent on a temporary basis, which I think is kind of like weird, and I didn't like it at all. And plus, there are a lot of these weird Russian, websites and whatnot, domains and IPs just seem kind of like all kinds of weird. That was hella cool. Pan and zoom out into that anime. I was panning and zooming. Oh yeah, that scene, that was cool. I'm sorry, I had to think about that. That was cool. Yeah, I think that was like a combination of like 3D cell animation and whatchamacallit, CGI, 1995 CGI, or computer generated imagery. And Slim them, hey, I accidentally deleted the thing. Sorry if that did anything. I'm not a mod, so probably not. No, I don't think you deleted anything troublesome. You're good. Anyways, Mon, I'm off to do my thing. Stop on by now and then. Oh yeah, sure thing, man. You doing your own stream? Good, I'll post the link if you're doing your own stream. And if not, I could definitely say though, I did want to check out this Math and Show, because I remember you told me, I think the name of the game was called Everything or some shit like that. Sure, it's in the stream. But I do want to check out that game myself at some point. Wendell, level 1 text. There is no cloud, just someone else's computer. The level 1 text guy. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Yo, I know I know Linus dropped the ball with that whole heatsink thing, but then the Gamers Nexus guy, when he's telling the story, it's kind of like annoying to me. He's like, oh, blah, 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 journalistic integrity, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, really, it's like, okay, you're getting views too. Yeah, exploiting, Linus's mishandling of some situation for views. I mean, I guess it's good to expose another guy to keep him on their toes. But you know, I don't know. I'm not into the sanctimony. You know what got me recently? Guess what? Do you know the fat guy Anthony from Linus Tech Tips? Linus. Yeah, Linus. He's the guy who would like go over some retro computing device. Nice guy. Always had like some interesting arcane knowledge. Guy was like a real fun guy, even though like he looked like really gelatinous. Like he was a real joy to watch talking about. And it's okay to be fat for anybody who's fat, you know. But this guy was really gelatinous. Well, anyway, this guy, as it turns out, Anthony Young is now Emily Young. And you can see he kind of dyed his hair with some hair highlights. And basically this is his video where he comes out as trans. And then this other tranny is saying, is Anthony a trans maxer? And I don't know what a trans maxer is, but I think it's basically someone trying to become popular by being a tranny. And I didn't really watch this whole video because I was just kind of like, no offense, little, you know, it's not my cup of tea. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it just doesn't float my boat to watch a lady-looking lady with a dudely voice. She looks vaguely ladylike, almost Amish actually, kind of Amish looking there. But definitely a man's voice, like literally a man's voice. That just kind of throws me off. At least Blair White talks with a lady's voice. She might have a dick, but at least Blair White sounds like a lady. And once again, Blair White is just getting all that plastic surgery to like look more and more ladylike. So it's not like it's anyway. So where was I? I'm sorry. Pat from SNL. Oh God. All right. So anyway, yeah, so fucking Anthony came out as trans, and it's like, this guy was like the ultimate nerd, right? And then he's doing his video, he's saying, I don't know when I'll be comfortable being on camera again. But he said that what happened was, every once in a while when he was a teen, he felt like, he didn't feel like, you know, not right in his body or some shit like that. And this time around, he decided to do something about it, so he started taking the hormones. And it's like, I gotta ask, and I'm not a medical expert. Okay, I saw a short guy. This guy, like I said, pretty cool guy, had some interesting insights, fun to watch, you know. But I gotta ask, is it possible that maybe he had like low testosterone? And this is not a shaming thing, I'm just saying like from a clinical point of view, that he always had low testosterone. So he's like, I know I wouldn't feel right in my body. I would, you know, have a lack of confidence. I would have a sense of uncertainty about who and what I am if I had like extremely low testosterone levels. It is one of those things that, you know, makes us distinctly men. And if you're a man and for one reason or another there's some endocrine thing that is, you know, affecting your testosterone, that has a dual knock-on effect. It affects your psyche. It makes you feel uncertain, less assured. But two, like when you have higher testosterone, when somebody gets on testosterone replacement therapy to address a lack of testosterone, they tend to become pretty fit, you know? I mean, like, there's overdoing it, but, like, I mean, in general, like, that testosterone gives you that motivation to get fit. Maybe it's because you want to get laid and look good to the opposite sex so you get fit, but the general logic is, like, it's sort of like, you know, it's sort of like, you know, and it is, yeah, like, it is liquid confidence for those who are not used to it. But I'd also imagine, like, for somebody who's deficient in it, it can make a difference in their life. You know, it could be a positive game changer. Or if somebody who always had it and is now, becomes deficient, it could be important. And I gotta ask, you know, like, you know, how did the conversation with his doctor go? Like, did he go to his doctor and be like, you know, I think I'm trans, and because I don't feel right. And then the doctor says, okay, well, what do you want to do? Because, I mean, depending on the doctor you have, they may, you know, have other ideas, but they might be like afraid to get called out for conversion therapy. So they might not say anything. They might just go along with the patient plan. You might have doctors who might encourage it. They might be like, oh, you must be trans, you know, and that's something that like that would happen in schools. Like I saw this documentary, and like what was interesting was one of the guys who got transitioned into a girl at the time, like they were icing the parents out of their life, or I forgot what direction they were going in, but the parents were being iced out of their life. I think it was a girl becoming a guy. Yeah, a girl became a guy, and really it was just a teenager being uncertain. You know, it's that like uncertainty that teenagers have at different points in their, you know, time. And basically the teacher would, like, they would start this group where the teacher would sit in a round table with kids, and they would reinforce that whole trans thing. And so by the time everything's said and done, the kid's going home and telling their mom, and if the mom opposes it or says, hey, you know, maybe you should think about this before you go forward, the kid would be like, this is conversion therapy, this is wrong, you know. And then if like they go to sit down with the school psychologist and the parents, of course the parent like gets like lambasted for like saying anything wrong, right? And they take control out of the parents' hands and shit. And part of it is they would encourage the kids to get their hormones while they're teens, because they would say, oh, the state of California covers the full cost before you're 18, so you got to do this now. And it's like, it's sad that like they can't get that like full coverage, you know, when they're adults, because like it's probably a good idea to wait till you're adult before you do something like that. But two, disrupting puberty, apparently like it fucks up your bone density too. So it's like, at least in the case of this guy, he's like pushing 40 or like late 30s, so it might be safer for him, although I suspect it's never any safer. But what was sad about the documentary was like the girl who became a guy who was becoming a girl again, she was detransitioning. And at the time she was transitioned in the first place, everyone told her, oh, you can reverse this anytime, you can reverse this anytime. But she had all the support in the world to become a man when, you know, she was transitioning. But when she decided to detransition, because everyone said, oh, you could do that anytime, now she's out on her own. Now it's all on her to fucking figure it out. You know, nobody's got her back. It's sort of like when you get the vaccine, like everyone's got your back on getting the COVID shot. But then if you get a, like, you know, adverse reaction, you'll either get gaslighted, or people might not gaslight you, but they'll just be like, oh, you can never be certain if it was caused by the shot. You know, if you get some really weird side effect. And so it's like, my attitude is like, well, okay, I got all the support in the world that will give it to me for free. People will drive me to the doctor. I remember a friend of my dad, she was like, oh, I'll drive you to the doctor right now. It's like, Jesus, no, I'm good, man. Get the fuck off my case. But like, you know, it's like, people want people on board, right? And, you know, yet, like, if let's say my dad got the shot and dropped dead 2 weeks later, which happened to a friend's dad, basically, although he was pretty infirm, his friend's dad, like, of course, the doctor's going to be like, oh, you can never be sure, you can never be sure. And even the family might believe that, you know? On the other hand, you know, let's say I couldn't walk after getting the fucking COVID shot. Do you think my employer would be like, oh, we're so sorry for forcing you to get this shot, we got your back? No, they're not going to drive me to the doctor. The coworkers who would have lambasted me for not getting the shot wouldn't be driving me to the doctor or paying for my medical bills or helping me deal with doctors who are gaslighting me. So, I don't know where I went with this. I guess depending on what the agenda is, sometimes it's easier to go in one direction but not the other. I guess that was my point. Easier to... Sometimes it seems that modern medical industry is willing to push you to do certain things that are more destructive, but then if you decide to fix it, they're not there for you when you need to fix it. If that makes sense. That's why a 3-year-old living and working as the opposite sex is so crucial to sex change operations. Oh, wait. I misread that. Okay. Let me say that again, David Glenn. That's why the 3 years living and working as the opposite sex is so crucial to sex change operations. Yeah, especially like when you're chopping the fucking thing off. But also the hormones. The hormones are relevant too, because there's certainly irreversible impacts there. But you should spend some of that time without the hormones. Then you should spend some of that time on the hormones. And if like medical science really gave a shit, we might try to figure out which hormones are the ones that you can start taking early that don't have irreversible effects, and which ones are the ones that you should maybe take later on in the regimen when you're really far along and damn sure that you're not turning back. I mean, I know that would get... there's people who would say that I'm transphobic for saying that, but, you know, like, I don't mind supporting people who are true to themselves. And there's like a quote in this guy's video where, you know, when he came out as a transgender, where he was like, you know, saying something like, you know, I support anyone and everyone who is true to themselves and what they are doing. And I think I have the quote right down here because I left a comment. I said, I appreciate the comment. I said, I fully support anyone and everyone as long as they're true to themselves and aren't harming others. And that's as much a libertarian angle, whether or not he's libertarian, that's something that libertarians can get behind. And I personally don't understand it. Or I said I may not understand it, what it's like to be in this person's shoes, but you know, I can get behind that aforementioned quote. On the other hand, somebody else kind of countered, saying that, you know, he says he supports anyone who's trying to be them true selves, or he supports everyone as long as they're true to themselves. And somebody questioned whether this guy's being true to himself. So I mean, like, they're not in his shoes, but I think it is a valid question. Is he being true to himself? And my concern is that, like, there may have been 1,000 other ways to approach this. Like, maybe a doctor could have been like, hey, look, before you do this, we should check your testosterone levels, Anthony. Hey, Anthony, your testosterone levels have always been low for like a decade, or it appears that you're a fat bastard, no offense to fat people, because your testosterone levels are extremely low. Or maybe your diet and lack of exercise is why your testosterone levels are low. Of course, I could be wrong. He might actually be like naturally born a tranny. Like, he might have the brain chemistry and the physiology and all of the things that make him more woman than man or whatever. And maybe that's why he was fat. You know, maybe his body was never really supposed to be a man's body. But, you know, I'd say, you know, the chromosomes, the presence of ovaries or testicles, I think number one. And I remember there was this Runtkag, because I'm reversing the word Kuntrag. Her name was, what was it? Emma Thorne. And basically this broad, she's like some kind of feminist writer. And I remember like, and she definitely looks the part. But I don't think she's a lesbian or a tranny. I think she just has, you know, short hair. But I remember like in one video, she's like, oh, but it's science because like the scientists discovered the M2 blah blah receptor, which controls the being a tranny thing or whatever. So they're trying to make that connection, like this is real. And it's like, I got a question if the research didn't have a preconceived notion that it was aiming to, you know, get, and they latched on to this one brain chemical that is like more like, what is it? A coincidence than it is a actual causation, a causal factor. I'm not an expert, just guessing here. Hypothesizing, I would guess, maybe. Anyway, what is the chat got to say here? Well, at least he's, yeah, JLM, you're right. At least he's of age to make such a drastic change. I vehemently disagree with children having body parts surgically removed and hormonal treatment and permanent sterility. Yeah, exactly. And especially, like, I love when this guy approached like somebody in Congress and he's going like, well, if a kid wants to cut his hand off, should we let the kid cut his hand off? And of course the answer to that is a no. But the person who's being boxed in, the person who's in favor of the gender reassignment at, like, you know, at 5 years old or younger, that person's like avoiding answering that question because they know that, you know, that if they say no, they can't have their cake and eat it too. They can't have it both ways, but they're trying to have it both ways. It's like, I feel like I shouldn't have my arm. I'm 5 years old. I feel like I shouldn't have my hand. How dare you not let me amputate my hand? This is conversion therapy. You're converting me into an able-bodied person, you bastards. Anyway, so where this started in Europe, it's been since banned. Interesting. I didn't know that. Most of those people are just homosexual. Yes! Yes! Going on. I avoided jab for the woo-hoo-hoo, achoo. To use my earlier piss poor analogy, body parts aren't Legos. They're not. Shit, I've been going about it wrong. Oh yeah? Science says this Gundam is basically a Lego. Are you denying science? David Glenn says, JLM, it would be hilarious if they were. Yeah, I agree. It would be hilarious. Might have to look into doing that. That's true. Imagine snapping on a cat or dog tail just for giggles. Those are called furries, my friend. Being overweight makes testosterone lower for men. That's a real thing. Yeah. And David Glenn, or an extra arm on the forehead. Can Can I do that? Can I snap an arm onto the head of this Gundam? Yeah, but again, not Legos. And then, speaking of the term jab, that's interesting to me, because I remember I used to be subscribed to this guy. And, look, I enjoyed his, like, anti-flat earth videos, but I realized that when these pro-science guys are, like, focusing on, like, the flat earth crowd, it's like, okay, you're picking on low-hanging fruit. Like, I rather just, like, educate myself on flat earth, and he was helpful to some extent, but educate myself on how to counter flat earth and then deal with it when it comes up. But I'm not going to actively seek out flat earthers. Once in a while, I'll do a video, you know, in opposition to, you know, the whole people who believe that the moon landing was a hoax. And not so much in opposition, because look, there's some reasonable, sound-minded people who believe that I think, you know, we can maybe go back and forth, because I'm not, you know, I may need to learn better. Look, this guy's got a nice setup. He's got astronomical binoculars and a chair. He's got the counterweight on the binoculars. He's got what looks like some kind of spotting scope, and he's got the OBS dome here, which is probably for a robotic telescope. But I had to stop watching this guy, because one time he was debating about the vaccine with some British guy. And this British guy was being super polite, right? And to give you a little background context, the word jab, although it's often used by people who are either opposed to getting the COVID shot, or people who were generally anti-vax, but didn't want to say the word vaccine on YouTube because they knew that word would be censored. So they used the word jab because it was like the safe word instead of saying vaccine, because they knew that their video would get censored if they used the word vax, or at least they were genuinely concerned of that. But as it turned out, the National Health Service, or yeah, NHS, they literally put out, you know, flyers that have the word jab on it, you know? So apparently it's okay to use the word jab. Like, here, it says grab a jab at a local drop-in clinic. Like, that's on NHS, you know, paper. Book your COVID-19 jab. I mean, it says it here, right? Well, this motherfucker is in a debate with some kind British guy about the shot, and he used the word jab one too many times, and this motherfucker snaps at him. He gets hostile. He fucking yells at the guy. He goes, "It's jab. It's the vaccine, not jab." Like, he, like, really snaps at the guy. And as day, I was just like, that's fucking insensitive. You're a piece of shit. I unsubscribed to this guy. Before, it's like, I was tolerant. I said, you know, let's build bridges here, you know? I remember January 6th. This guy was a little bitch on January 6th. He made a big, like, video about conspiracy theories and how they're dangerous on January 6th. He also did that. But I said, you know what? He's a victim of political ideology. I was willing to, like, kind of forgive that. Here we are, look. Conspiracy theories and violent behavior. What did I say? Like, he has, like, you can see it's got, like, the fucking, you know, J6, you know, pictures of American flags in the thumbnail right here. You got the, you know, don't tread on me, and you got a half a Confederate flag in the back. Of course, you know, he went for, like, the most negative color image. And I remember I was in the chat somewhere, and I tried speaking Little Reason, and some whiny bitch made a big deal. Oh, look, I'm right here. Look, I'm here. Look, it's his. DJ Ronnie G. Trump's message on Facebook was a little too late. He could have stopped it before it started. Not like they didn't get told the plan. You know, so like, and I didn't look. I was not completely informed at the time either, but I was just trying to, like, you know, put some moderation into the topic. Trump did give a speech where he said go home. It was taken down by Facebook shortly thereafter. That was also kind of interesting. Now, also, part of it was because he said go home, but he also said, like, you know, some stuff like the election was a fraud. And so people say that just by him not acknowledging the election as being legitimate, that alone was instigating the violence. Even though he said go home and don't be violent, they were like, oh, but he said this other thing. That trumps that message. So anyway, yeah. So kind of like, you know, got a bad taste in my mouth from this guy. It's like, I enjoyed he did streams like I was doing, where he just live streaming his telescope. I was like, this is cool. But then he's being a little bitch about the vaccine and J6. And like I said, you could be a victim of the, you know, political thing. I can forgive that. But I couldn't forgive the way he treated that British guy. I just, that was not nice. Like, it just wasn't. Like, the guy was not a dick. He was just really rude to that guy, being an elitist prick. And, like, I get it. He's touting his credentials. He's like, I'm a doctor of internal medicine. Okay, that makes you a little more qualified. It also might make you a little biased. You know, I mean, it could go either way, you know. So, anyway, let's get back on chat here. Enough ranting about that runt cag of a man, boy, man, child. I don't know. He's ex-army, but it didn't make him a better guy. Anyway, well, doesn't really. There's a lot of different people in armies, good and bad. And you know, there's not enough people who write videos like that not make fun of. Like, I don't want to make fun of her. I just wish people would, like, you know, politely debunk some of the, you know, nefarious things she says. You know, unfortunately, like, she kind of picks on the hardcore religious people, so sometimes those people would say things that are way off anyway. Christian versus comedy. She's a lesbian. Well, I mean, she kind of looks kind of dykey, but I mean, that's not, anyway, okay, that's not a reason to shoot down somebody. Okay, let me get my brain back on track. I'm sorry. Otherwise, she seemed like a sweet lady as far as writers go. I don't care if she got a butch haircut and a boyish face, but I mean, kind of androgynous look could be cute. The British kind of makes it sound snobby. Anyway. People on crusades are boring. Yeah, I hope I'm not sound like I'm on a crusade sometimes. Sometimes I am on a crusade, but I hope I'm not on like an annoying crusade, you know? Like, and in jail, that was what David Glenn said, people on crusades are boring. JLM, like, how would the shoulder work without a shoulder? David Glenn, it's like a monomaniacal obsession. Yeah, it sort of is, especially like, I mean, at least the guy covers 3 different topics, right? What's the word? Radicalized political people. His beloved, you know, mainstream medicine. And, you know, fucking bitching at flat earthers, which, I mean, like, some flat earthers are dumb. I mean, I get it. Like, there was that guy who, like, rented a $10,000 laser gyroscope to prove that the earth wasn't rotating, and then when he got the readings from it, it said 15 degrees per hour, which is like literally, if you have 24 hours in a day on a 360 degree circle, that is how fast you'd be moving, 15 degrees an hour. So the guy, of course, being the flat earther he was like, oh, it must be something else. So he's trying to find some other explanation. And that was a funny video that Bob did. That was, you know, okay. But in general, mostly he's fixated on, you know, taking the easy targets. And then once in a while, he'll take the high ground. He'll pretend to be on the moral high ground on some topic that he probably isn't thoroughly informed about, but he thinks he is because he's got the degree as a medical professional. It's like medical doctors are not molecular biologists, and I get it. Like, we got to rely on professionals on different topics. If society required each and every one of us to, like, study molecular biology while handling our day-to-day professions, nothing in society would work. But that's why I think it's important to keep these professionals in check. And then David Glenn says, regarding the monomaniacal obsession, JLM, I agree. I just thought it was like the marketing word used by the NHS. Nah, yeah, that word, maybe it was originally, but at some point, people also used it as like a safety word or a safe word. It's not a conventional vaccine. It's experimental mRNA therapeutic, maybe shitty gene therapy at best. Yeah, so I mean, like, even if I'm willing to say, you know what, in effect, for all intents and purposes, it's a vaccine. One thing that I found funny was, like, a dear friend of mine, and we're still very good friends. Like, we never had a falling out. In fact, I could have, like, you know, these debates with him, and we don't get heated, and it's just like we politely, we don't even need to say agree to disagree. We just know when we agree to disagree on something, you know. It's like, but like, one area where, like, I took polite exception was where he was under the impression that mRNA shots were well understood in animals, and I was like, maybe that's true. I had to try to look that up. But then at another point, he was under the impression that the mRNA shot was already, like, used in previous shots or something like that. So I had to, like, basically confirm for him, like, say, no, this was not used previously in recent history or at all. Like, this is not something we were messing with in the 90s. Like, we know what mRNA is as a thing, but we were never delivering it to, you know, inside people's cells. And with, like, a lot of the adverse reactions, I kind of have I think I have a working theory on that. That's one of the more reasonable ones. Of course, I would think my theory is more reasonable, but, you know. I quit watching Star Trek related YouTuber. I quit watching a Star Trek related YouTuber because he decided to become a political commentator. Ooh, which one was it? Okay, was it Lore Reloaded? Or was it, hold on, I know a lot of Star Trek YouTubers. Let me think here. Oh, fucking Shives? Was it Steve Shives? Because he was always a political commentator. The media poured a lot of fuel on that. Yeah, they did. I watched plenty of video evidence the election was, yes. And like, look, even if like you could say like, oh, well, the courts aren't there to overturn elections, and so what you got to do is like figure out what's wrong with the elections beforehand and ask for a legal remedy. That is a legitimate thing to do, but it's like weird when like legislatures are changing laws, or when like non-elected officials, bureaucrats are changing like election rules in the last week, in the final hour. And when they realize that this is a oopsie, they say, oh, we can't reverse it. It's too soon before the election. But it's like, well, you changed the law before the election, so it seems like you should be able to like maybe reverse it now. But it's like sometimes it goes one way in that regard. But during the election, I mean, we have video footage of like people pulling luggage bags out from under tables at State Farm Arena in Georgia. And it's like, this is obviously sketchy. Like you said, there was a water main burst. You send all of the poll watchers and journalists away. And then a half hour later, people come back in. They pull some luggage bags from under the table and they start scanning ballots. Like, what is this? Like, where did these ballots come from? Why are they in luggage bags? Is this like standard procedure? Is this a thing? Like, if this is a thing, just tell me this is a normal thing you people do and that this is not unprecedented. But it seems a little bit unusual here, you know? Like, I'm not saying you got to overturn the election. I just think that maybe if you're willing to take like a month to count the votes, we might as well take a little time to, like, you know, recount those votes. I mean, and by recounting, I don't mean like recounting them, because that's another thing that they would do, is like recounting the faulty ballots like 3 times is not, you know, really solving the issue that people are complaining about, you know? So there's that, right? You know, so I thought that was very interesting in of itself. So let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I watched plenty of video evidence of the election thing of impropriety, no doubt about it. Okay, like I have, you know, I'm not denying it. I'm just being cautious right now, but luckily, it's a little easier to talk about that now than it was at the time. I mean, look, even at the time, I remember when the Hunter Biden video was making its rounds, and like Facebook was literally like fucking censoring DMs, private messages, Instagram too. And so I try to send like one of these Hunter Biden videos to my brother or a friend, and I get this message that goes, "Oh, this is inappropriate content. You can't send this." So then I go to Pornhub and I get a video of someone taking a shit on somebody. They call that scat porn. I send that to my brother. And that goes right through, no problem. So it's like, well, okay, so apparently this video that is normal pornography is okay to send around. But this other video of the president's son engaged in normal pornography is not appropriate. And then people taking shit on people is appropriate. So it's like, okay, this is clearly bullshit. That alone, like, should be, like, treated as some kind of crime or something, you know. My downstairs neighbor is a flat earther. He's good for a 5-minute conversation, but don't let him get on any longer than that. There's a legit beef. Why have time zones become political? Why? I don't know. I don't know why time zones are political and not geographical, but aren't they geographical to some extent? I mean, one thing I find weird about time zones is that if you're on the far west side of a time zone or the far east side of a time zone, the time is the same, but yet as far as solar time goes, the time is slightly different, you know? I mean, that confuses me a little bit, but I mean, I'm not going to get bent out of shape over it. I just thought I'd mention that. So I just got to pry this Gundam piece apart. I think I'm gonna build my Victory Gundam during Lorenzo's stream tomorrow. I might play some video games, but I might build my Victory Gundam or try to continue working on it, maybe finish it. So anyway, where was we here in the chat here? During keyboard program, third typo apology. You know, it's funny today. I was recommended by the Google whatever app. They were like, "Oh, would you like to try the Google keyboard? It's way more efficient. You'll love it." And I was like, "No, you guys collect enough data right now. I don't want you guys collecting more data at the moment." But jokes aside, I was like, "Is it a better keyboard? Maybe you could try it out and let me know." No, but I might try it out. I don't know. I just didn't want to try it out without being certain I could change back to the keyboard, default keyboard on my phone. I think I can. I don't think it's really a problem. I just wanted to be sure, you know. But let's see what else we got in the chat here. What the fuck is wrong with German people? South Park. Oh, I get it. It was Steve Shivers. So actually, I thought he started off as a political feminist guy, and he moved on to Star Trek, but he's still talking about bullshit. And his Star Trek videos aren't terrible. It's just that I find them hard to watch, but they aren't terrible videos on their own right. And if he's not making a political point, I'm actually kind of fine with almost encouraging the guy, saying, "Hey, we like what you're doing here, but we don't like what you're doing here," you know? Sometimes that could be a good thing, but in general, I just avoid, because, like, yeah, I mean, like, I'd rather watch videos where people pick apart his videos when he's talking politics. That's probably a different porn category where legit bull poops on someone. Lol, BS porno. That's funny. Oh, that's interesting. You only knew him as a Star Trek content creator in the past. That's kind of funny, David. So yeah, you know, so that's some of what we got there. And I can't think of any new topics, but we covered some ground today. So maybe what I should do is maybe make some notes real quick, right? Some show notes, and use them to like plan a future show. My only regret is twofold. Well, one, it looks like I found a way to fix the paint job on this Gundam shield, so that's good. But what we need to do is, like I said, show notes. So let me just get to my notes here. So I should probably keep more thorough show notes, like Ryan Raja after he does. Oh, I'm going to be on Ryan Raja after show on the 21st. I think like 9 p.m. British time. It's like 4 p.m. New York time, I believe. Okay, so early in the stream, we were looking at series and Eros, and maybe I could, like, you know, get like series and solar orbit. Let's see, series orbital path, Eros orbit, and then I want to do Eris and Sedna orbits. So I don't know if I need like these many bullet points, but, and I want to have like I want to have a cat wearing fez on planet. Planet. Wait. Oh my God! The cursor disappeared. That's weird. Why did the cursor disappear? That's not normal. Is that a feature or a glitch? Anywho. You wake up to this show? That's funny. Painting is fussy art, particularly models and miniatures. So I'm not going to be painting these models. This one, though, I did have to fix paint jobs. What happened was the Gundam markers make a beautiful job, but when the paint congeals or dries unevenly, it gets a little messed up. And so I keep having to strip and redo the paint on this, and I might have to redo the paint on this again, but it's just that, like, I have to soak it in alcohol, yada, yada, yada. Now, I did buy an airbrush attachment, and what you do is you basically mount this marker to the front of an airbrush, and then the air blows onto the tip of the marker, and it actually leaves an even coat. But the problem with that was I need to get some air hose adapters, or I need to get some, you know, other thing. That's really cool. I got into the habit some years back of going to bed obscenely early, and for a little while there, I was in this really interesting habit where I would get up like 4 hours before work, like 5 a.m. and play computer games at like 9 until like 9 a.m. and then leave the house at like 10 and go to work. I had an interesting experiment going on some years ago. Yeah, my sleep schedule gets pretty much deregulated on Wednesdays until Saturdays, and then I go to work, and then it gets back to normal until Tuesday again. Although usually Tuesday I'm pretty exhausted because of that, like the 12-hour, 13-hour shifts. Okay, so we had that. And let's see, I want to add to my show notes. Good, I got a blinking cursor back. So then I want to do what else? I want to do Franklin expedition in greater detail. So we want like maybe like map path, the original like note plus print. So basically this is saying like I want to have these things at the ready next time I stream. And I'm trying to think, there's another topic. Oh, we covered Neo cylinders. And the sleeper tanks, whatever they're called, grav tanks in Expanse books and Forever War. Acceleration tanks. Well, that's sort of how it's supposed to work, right? I get tired when the sun goes down. That is how it's supposed to work. Maybe I stare at too many screens. JLM kind of hates his deregulated sleep schedule. On the other hand, I don't even bother with an excuse. I just go to bed. That's logical. But yeah, I think we covered a lot of ground. Tomorrow, like I said, I'm going to work on this Gundam. And you know what? Because David Glenn is here, I haven't seen you in a minute. I'm going to show you something cool. I don't know if JLM's seen this already, but let me see. Let me just get this ready. There's going to be like my last demonstration for the stream today. I'm even going to move my camera into the down position. See, this gets a little weird, and also I have to keep I got to keep a hex key near me at all times, because this part here was not this part. This part doesn't get loose. This part's basically just being. The weight will pull this bar down. Sometimes, like right here, you can see like the leverage will. Now it's actually working the way it should. Okay, so good. But in the event this thing sags, I have to tighten up the hexagonal wrench basically. So in fact, right now if I expand this like this, I think the leverage would be too much. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. That's it. Okay, there we go. So now, let me put this on my main screen so I can see what I'm doing. And if anybody watches Blaine's Escape Corner, I think he's in Japan right now, which is why he hasn't streamed as much. Alright, gonna transform this into the chest. So this is what you're looking at here is the core fighter to the Victory Gundam, right? You can even see I painted the pilot, right? Oh yeah, let's turn on the light. I have a light here. So you can see right there the pilot. I painted the helmet visor blue using Gundam markers with a paintbrush, safety straps, and his yellow airbag. Basically, it's an airbag that inflates whenever he gets like jostled. And so that's the pilot in there, you know, just the fine detail. And so basically, that core fighter you just saw is supposed to turn into this right here, more or less. That's the cockpit where the pilot goes. Folds into this area right here, We are missing some of the chest right now. We are missing, I think, the chest vents. So when I continue building this, those parts will develop. But bottom line is, watch how this unfolds. So we're going to take the landing undercarriage off. These snap out, like, pretty much they go lock into the correct position right away. So now, before we fold in the pilot, let's take the rudder or the vertical stabilizer and get that out of the way. Trying to see what the best lighting setting is. All right, we'll put it on dim light. So we're going to take the vertical stabilizer, we're going to fold it up like this, right? We're going to leave it like that for a moment. We're going to take the Gundam head, we're going to push it up. So we're going to take this. See how, like, kind of doing that, right? We got to make sure we keep that piece in this position. Then we're going to flip it down. There we go. Now it's locked into place. Then we're going to take the vertical stabilizer. We're going to fold it in like this. We're going to take this armored plate, and it's going to click into place, basically. So now everything's locked down over there. Now we want to get the this part inside. Hey, what up there? What up, Padawannabe? The Padawannabe. And real quick, I see the chat here has some things to say here. Yeah, the acceleration tanks, they do resemble the pods from the Matrix. And that's one of the creepy things about the Expanse books is that, yeah, those acceleration tanks are basically like that. And similar to the Forever War to some extent. Except they serve a real function. They're not just sucking your brain energy, right? Hello, good morning, or good night, whatever. I see you. Yeah, I don't know if you're waking up or going to bed, but it's good to see you, Padawannabe. The Padawannabe, actually. I don't know if that Padawannabe sounds like you're saying part of the name. Hello, it's 5:30 a.m. Do you know what liberty your Congress critter is plotting to steal from you? As a matter of fact, I do have a hunch. Okay, oh wait, so I did this wrong already. So, okay, we're going to get this folded in, so let's do this. Okay, so let me just get the focuser. Focus, all right. So we got to do this. We got to take the nose of the airplane, right? We got to do, fold it down. Then we slide this in. Then we click it in like that. Then we take this part, we do this with it. I think that's more or less it. There might be some step. I might have done something wrong just now. I feel like I just messed something up. And there it is. So it may not look perfect from the bottom, but I think once I get the chest armor in, it'll look a little better. And just for reference, two things I want to show you that I want to direct your attention to. So clearly this is this, but larger, right? But I want to direct your attention to the back. So when I fold it in the nose of that airplane, see how it's poking out over here? Take a look over here. Look at that. What do you see on the right, on my right hand? That's the nose of an airplane right there, tapping on my middle finger or ring finger. See that rudder? That vertical stabilizer? That's the rudder, that's the vertical stabilizer that we folded in. So that's the plate of armor. Now, of course, the top is a little bit different, but basically all of the same parts are like right here, except for like the lower part of the blue armor. But this one does not transform. This is not transformable. That's why it's a rigid piece there. But I just love that there's some commonality between the two, basically, you know. And obviously, when I fully assemble it, somewhere here on the side, we're gonna have arms attached as well. So yeah, I hope that was kind of interesting. You know, I look forward to finishing this particular model. So many weeks ago, we assembled this one here, and this one here is like incomplete right now. So now we're going to revert back into its original form. It's usually the part where I nearly rip it in half. Uh-oh. Something doesn't feel kosher in here. scary. I feel like I was gonna rip that thing in half. I got some red marker on it just now. Now I gotta clean that off at some point, but I'm not gonna do that now. So that's pretty straightforward, right? You got the nose. Then this is where things get a little weird. You take this part here and you gotta swing it out like this. You gotta keep that fully extended. And then you take this part, you bring that up. And this part, I wish I had microphone enabled on my webcam up here. One of these days, I might enable the microphone on this camera just so that we can use it to hear sounds like this. 2. So basically, there's like 3 clicks. And that last click happened like at the same time as the second click. But it's like click, click. And then once you get that final click, then you can take the vertical stabilizer and put it into the up position. And sometimes you gotta like, there we go. It clicked into place. Finagle it a little bit. Take this. I think you're supposed to straighten it out. Then you take your undercarriage. And the undercarriage sort of clicks into place, but it's not something I would count on. I gotta get one of those Gundam display stands one of these days. But there we go. It's more or less in there. It's supposed to, like, you know, hold the front more or less. And it's having the red paint that I got to clean off of it now. We still got our pilot in there. I mean, there's a little separation here. I thought about putting some glue on the front of the windshield here. I did put some glue on the side of the windshield so it wouldn't fall out. I also had to put, after gluing the windshield in, the canopy, the pilot started rattling around. I had to basically put glue from the back of the seat. I had to like jiggle and tweeze the pilot into position before putting thin cement in, which thin cement goes into place with capillary action. So yeah, and I think I had to repaint my Zaku. Now that's why it's still in a million pieces. The Zaku is basically painted actually. It's mostly done. I got Gundam Zaku markers, and I might redo it or do some touch-up work on it. I'm not really sure how I might do it yet. Maybe I'll go for a battle damage look, but this is what I was talking about, where the Gundam markers will leave these like bumpy spots on them, which I don't like. But the black up here came out fine. The Cyclops came out good enough. I'm not going to drive myself crazy trying to perfect everything. And there's just some spots I got to redo, but basically I think it's mostly like the correct color. Yeah, right? Snap, snap. It resembled a jet ski for a second there, David Glenn. JL, I'm pretty sure the Gundam is pretty much a Veritech fighter. No complaints without... Yo! Eric O'Sullivan bought himself an early birthday present. Oh shit, is this his birthday yet? I think it's Eric O'Sullivan's birthday, like, today. I don't know if he's advertising that. Oh, it's the 19th. Okay, good. Okay, we're not missing his birthday yet. Okay, good. So anyway, he bought like the sickest thing ever. And I'm going to show you guys right now what he bought. So this is what Eric O'Sullivan picked up. I think it was like $300. And it's a transformable Overtech fighter. I don't know what Veritech is. I think they call it Overtech. No, but jokes aside, this one's the one from the movie Do You Remember Love? So he's got the booster pack. I forget what they call it, but it's like a booster basically. And then he's thinking about getting the one Captain Max's one, well, whatever his name is, Lieutenant Max, the one for Vermilion Squadron. This is obvious. I think this is the Skull Squadron one at this point because he's got the skull on it. Unless that's Vermilion. What color is Vermilion? Blue or red? Well, anyway, you get the idea. So yeah, you have that right there. So this one's like pre-painted and pre-assembled, super detailed. So that's pretty cool. What I'm buying for myself this week, however, is the Mobile Suit Carrier All Beyond. This is from Gundam 0083. It's based on the original Pegasus class, but it just looks cooler. And if we look at the pictures of it, we can see how detailed it is. And if you can see one issue of this image jumping out at you, yes, it's not painted. It's all fucking white. So that's a little annoying for what they charge for this stupid thing. But it is pretty nice. And I mean, I'd like to give it a good try at painting it myself too, because it is pretty cool. I would like to get a picture of this thing next to a picture of something else, like maybe a set of keys or a quarter. Because I want to know how big the fucking thing is, you know? Like, I don't even know if this thing is like big or small. I literally don't know like how big it is. Like, maybe I could look at the measurements up here somewhere. Okay, it's got 12 inches by 7.5 by 2.8. So it's about 12 inches. That would be about... If this thing is about... This is 10, 11... If it's like literally about the size of this, I could live with that. I could totally live with that. So yeah, I think I'm about to wrap up. Let me know if you guys are going to read the chat, catch up with anything, respond to anything, possibly prolong this if I see anything cool that amuses me. Its only issue with this setup here is that this light is like right here. This is why I block out this part of the screen partially, right? I can hide all kinds of shit in the edge of my screen this way. But if this goes too far this way, it blocks the camera, right? Ah! Whatever. It's safe. And it does give me a nice warm glow. It does do some good fill lighting, but anyway. Of course it does not feel kosher. I'm a pickle Gundam, y'all. I bet you they have a pickle Gundam. They got some... Oh, dude, I bought a book on the Kindle, what do you call it? Kindle, you know, app or whatever. And I bought it because I just wanted a book about Gundams. With some bullshit. I was actually looking for Gundam manga, and instead I get this. It's called Gundam Forward, and I think it's like a forward, and it's basically like about these like Asians who are like overachieving with their Gundam construction. Oh, and this lady, this is like I think a super expensive one. It comes with like different clothing, different faces. Basically, she's super sexy, but she's psychotic, absolutely psychotic. In fact, she's holding a knife right there. She stabs the guy who had a crush on her, basically, with that very knife, which is hilarious that they have a statue of the bitch. But what I was looking for is... Here it is. So, this broad made a Gundam to look like a fucking strawberry. And unfortunately, I can't zoom in on shit here because the Kindle Cloud Reader app doesn't let you zoom in on crap. It just doesn't. So I'm going to address it for you guys right now by just doing it like this. Because I like you guys enough to be nice. Ah, shit. There it is. But see how, like, it's got, like, the little, like, this thing was highly customized, as you see. I mean, she even adds some strawberries to the freaking thing. It's not edible, of course. She did the fucking horse and the fucking thing. But, like, man, they really go in this sometimes. Now, maybe this is how... Maybe this is a real Gundam. I thought she just kind of modified one. Oh, no, wait, no, this is based on the God Gundam. I'm pretty sure this is a modification based on another Gundam. I'm pretty sure this is not what it originally looked like at all. So, yeah, that was that. And then, let's see what else. Now, this is like similar to what I have this model. This is not the one I built, but this is like one that has extra removable armor. And then this is like the Victory Gundam that I never finished that I need to buy again at some point at like a high markup. In fact, no, this is a cross between two Victory Gundams. Okay, and then this one here's the one with the extra armor. I'm looking for the proper V2 right now. Oh, this one's showing you, I think, the hand painting versus the non-painted one, maybe. Where the hell was that? That wasn't it. But that's the... Okay, this is the one. This is the one that I just transformed right here. So this person actually goes through all kinds of extra effort to make it more perfect, to the point that they even they take away the transformation. They refer to the transformation gimmick as a gimmick, And part of that is because, like, yeah, when you look at the model in the picture, there are gaps where light shines through the side here. So what this person does is they get this like flat plastic material that they cut to very specific sizes, and they can fill in all kinds of gaps with it. They're probably using a scoring tool and all kinds of hand paint, but basically they're adding like additional plastic and then filling in gaps in various places to like make it more perfect. But in the end, the net effect is that this is no longer a transformable Gundam anymore. And so up here you can even see like they like did some weird shit where they added plastic in between the blue armored plates to expand it further. To address the undersized appearance of the shoulder armor, I attached 1mm plastic plates to the top and the bottom of the blue parts. So all this crazy shit being done. And then they didn't like the way the knees folded in, so they modified the knee joint to make it fold in better. They put a 5mm poly cap enabling rotational movement in the, stomach or whatever. They added a bolt joint. I don't know, they did all kinds of crazy stuff, but like, essentially the net effect was that the thing doesn't transform anymore by the time they're done. So, I mean, if that's what they prefer, that's cool. It's not really my cup of tea. Now, when they said the armor on the shoulders was undersized, it does make me wonder, is the armor undersized, or are these people just OCDing it? Like I gotta watch the cartoon now to see. Rewatch the cartoon, I should say. But me personally, I would think that, they would represent it accurately, and if it's undersized, it's supposed to be that way, but I don't know. Anyway, it's a different topic. So anyway, let's get back to the chat here. Whoops, let me just turn off this. So yeah, that's the Strawberry Gundam earlier. That was the point. When you said Pickle Gundam, I had to mention Strawberry. Hillary Rodham Clinton's brain is up for auction. Hi-yo, this is your brain. This is Hillary Rodham Clinton's brain. Okay, that's this is your brain on drugs. She even made a pink pony for it. Points for dedication. It might be based on it. So in the friggin' G Gundam, that girl is dedicated though. But in G Gundam, they do have some weird Gundams, and the trick is to like not take G Gundam seriously at all. But like I'd say like the best way to like really see that's the Gundam she did. So you see, she replaced those like white things with leaves, but it was a modification of that. And I think the God Gundam might have a horse. Let's see if it has a horse. There it is. So that would have been the horse that she modified. So it was based on something. But G Gundam is absolutely, in my opinion, absurd. Oh my god, a horse has been a Gundam fighter. I gotta save that for Snowdub. He'll love that. He'll hate that actually, but I gotta get that. I gotta get that out to Snowdub because that's fucking insane. But let me just look up something here. So I'm going to leave you guys with one picture. Hopefully if I can find this meme. I found it. Vermilion is a red color. Ah, I see. That was the sickest thing I could think of rapidly. Almost 300 millimeters tall, like my ex-wife. Oh, hi-oh. She even made a pink pony for it. Oh yeah, we've been over that. I guess I gotta run a dad joke counter in chat. They have Gundam dysphoria. Is there a Rastafarian political movement yet? Ball joint? If you ever saw political ball things... If you ever saw the political ball, I have not. So anyway, in G Gundam, this is like high absurdity. And once I kind of like saw this picture, and I read a blog where a guy was basically explaining that you gotta accept G Gundam as being high absurdity, highly absurd. And in this picture, they gotta send all the Gundams to space to do their kung fu fight. Because G Gundam is like this kung fu bullshit where the pilot stands inside this like weird like cockpit that is covered in this black shit. It looks like tar being wrapped around you. So I don't know why there's a horse, but normally a human pilot would go in the cockpit and this like tight suit wraps around their body. And essentially, if I go like this, the Gundam does it. If I do a karate kick, the Gundam does a karate kick. If I get punched, if the Gundam gets punched, I feel the pain. So that's like sort of what's going on there. It's not really my cup of tea. I like to take space more seriously. Like, I like the original Gundam where they're living in the O'Neill cylinders and there's wars in space. I could take it a lot more seriously. But this picture, it's like they got to go to space. So not instead of just putting them inside the top of the rocket, each of the Gundams are straddling or hanging onto the side of the rocket. And the caption just says, "This is the best plan ever." And this guy's got this like happy, self-satisfied look on his face. This guy looks like the old wise scientist. He's like, like as if this is just a great idea. And it's like everything's wrong with this picture. You never launch multiple rockets off the same launch pad, like in short order like this. It just wouldn't be good air traffic control. But you know, the aerodynamics, like I know that they tend to violate aerodynamics in Gundam to begin with, but it's just taken to a whole other extreme. Plus, it doesn't look like secure. What if the Gundam loses grip and it falls off, you know? But then I love in the background, there's this one mech or Gundam, and it's like standing on the side with its legs like it's climbing something, and it's got a chain on the end. It's like that's just completely like, you know, uneven weight distribution right there. So, I don't know. It's high absurdity. But once I realized that you're not supposed to take G Gundam too seriously, I might someday be able to watch it. But realistically, I just feel like my time is better spent watching other series, but maybe I gotta learn to chill out a little bit, you know? I'll try to be fair and honest here. Because like, I don't hate or dislike I don't hate G Gundam anymore. I probably dislike Gundam Wing more than G Gundam because I don't like that people always only know about Gundam Wing. But anyway, I digress. They do have a Tequila Gundam, by the way, if you haven't known. So it was a joke that that Brandon, the anime guy, posted a picture in reference to Mexican Iron Man, and it's like it literally has a sombrero, has fucking cactus on it. Like that is like the most Mexican Gundam ever. That is literally a Tequila Gundam. Look, he got a fucking hat, like a sombrero, and possibly some kind of bandit scarf. So that's G Gundam, man. G Gundam is just some absurdity. He's got a... That's just madness, yo. Absolute madness. Anarchy Ball. Is be on Fake Book. Oh, okay, Fake Book. I know what that is. So, ball joint, a ball that likes hemp. That's funny. None of this works without fusion energy or something even better. Yeah, that's the thing. So, that's the thing is that it kind of does work because in Gundam they do have fusion. Because that's you're absolutely right. And like one of the things I love about the Gundam, the Origin series is that they actually go into that. And like in Gundam, when you look at the specs of like the original timeline Gundams, one of the main things they have is what they call a Minovsky type ultra compact fusion reactor. And so basically this type of fusion reactor has a special field that helps to confine the fusion reaction in a very small space. Oh wow, the moon looks like a cool little wait, the moon is out. Oh wait, I can't log into the computer anyway. Yeah, the moon is a perfect little crescent and it looks like it's next to some star, possibly Saturn or Venus, but probably not Venus, but I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, like in like the Gundam the Origin story, there's a scene where like the guy who invented the reactor is showing like two mechs fighting, but they have these fusion reactors as giant backpack units. And the guy's like, that's ridiculous. That would never work in battle because you know, the enemy would just, you know, slash it and destroy it. And the guy's like, oh, no, it's cool. I'm inventing something that'll make it more compact. Here's my theory. I just need to finish this work. And he's like, oh, and then the rest was history. And that's basically how all of the Gundams in the original timeline work. They all have these ultra compact reactors, like somewhere between here and the depending on what part of the Gundam you're dealing with, you know, it might be in the lower area, but I'd imagine it would be in the backpack, just because that's where your exhaust nozzles are, and you know, you're using that fusion reactor to superheat the, you know, stuff coming out, so to speak. So yeah, they got that going for them. The ships rely on the fusion reaction. They use like a nuclear reaction propulsion type thing or whatever. That's a big part of it. But anyway, before I lose my train of thought and meander like a madman, I think I'm gonna wrap this up. So I want to give a shout out to everyone who is here today, and you know who everyone was who was here today. But right now, present company being JLM and David Glenn, and bear in mind that Lorenzo Sleestack of the Sleestackians, Lorenzo Sleestack, will be having a live stream tomorrow in the evening, probably mid to early evening, and he almost always has, he's gonna have an open panel. So yeah, anybody who wants to join an open panel or watch a wild card conversation, maybe I'll bump into that flat earther again and they'll press me on the matter and I'll have no choice but to argue with them. But I'm gonna be diplomatic, possibly even more, maybe even more diplomatic than last time, since I'm prepared for it. But I suspect that person won't be there, because that was just good happenstance, you know? Yes, Mr. Fusion from Back to the Future. Something small but mighty. Oh yeah, well that one was ridiculous. Throwing garbage into the fucking thing and reprocessing it. But anyway, that might work for like nuclear waste. It wouldn't work for banana peelers. But I should check the weather real quick, because I want to verify that it's not going to rain before I go to bed. Although, either which way, I'm not planning on fighting with the backyard computer right now. You know, yeah, it seems like a high enough chance of rain that I'm going to go outside and put the computer away. I'm going to bring it inside. I mean, I can't afford to destroy that computer. Well, I don't want it. I put too much work. I like that computer a lot. So yeah, JLM, David Glenn. It was good talking to you guys and hanging out. Hope I put on a decent show / hangout. As always, I will continue to do the Monday show. Wow, it's been nearly 5 hours. The Monday show, which is typically an hour long because it's a work night for me. But other than that, I'm sure I'll be back Friday, Saturday, definitely by Saturday. So with that being said, for anybody watching on the replay, if you have any questions, comments, or ideas, please leave a comment. Please like and subscribe. And for now,